Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of Tuesday, January 27, 2026. As we begin this morning, we'll start with our invocation. I'm going to ask Commissioner Gomez-Cordero to come forward and introduce her guest who will be bringing the invocation. After that, we're going to ask you, Commissioner, if you would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Following that, we have several proclamations this morning. Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, our Communications Director, will read proclamations recognizing Black History Month. We will have Mr. Loris Batson come forward regarding that. Then we'll have our School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. We have Under Sheriff Mark Canty, who has come with backup this morning from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. We look forward to that presentation. Following that, we will have Poverty Awareness Month and introduce the Sculpture on the Lawn presentation. Ms. Anjali Vea Srinivasan will come forward regarding the Poverty Awareness Month. And with that, we're going to go ahead and get started at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioner, staff, and our most important visitors, our residents. It's an honor to have you all here today. We also have the visit of Dr. Reverend Gabriel Salguero, pastor of the Gathering Place Church in the East Orlando area on the corner of Chickasaw and Cody-Ford Road. The Gathering Place Church is a Latino-led, multi-ethnic Assemblies of God congregation in Orlando, Florida. Pastor Salguero is also the president and founder of the National Latino Evangelical Coalition, NALEC, a national coalition of several thousand evangelical congregations in the United States. He was the former director of the Hispanic Leadership Program and the Institute for Faith and Public Life at the Princeton Theological Seminary. Pastor Salguero is also a powerful voice on issues that affect the close of 9 million Latino evangelicals in the United States. Pastor Salguero leadership through NALEC offers an important voice for the growing diversity and changing demographic in our country. He has written extensively on Latinos evangelism, evangelicalism, immigration, and multicultural congregations. Pastor Salguero has been named as one of the nation's most prominent Latino evangelical leader by the New York Times, Huffington Post, the New York Observer, the Center for American Progress, El Diario, CNN Español, NBC Universal, Univision, and Jorge Ramos Al Punto. In addition, his leadership on issues of young male education and criminal justice reform has been featured by the Discovery Channel and the Oprah Winfrey Network. Pastor Salguero has served on the White House Faith-Based Advisory Council and the National Association of Evangelicals and the National Advisory Council of the My Brother's Keepers Alliance. He is also on the board of the La Asociación Evangélica Latina, the Coalition of Latin American Evangelicals, which is the representative body of the Evangelical Association in Latin America. Pastor Salguero holds a BA, a bachelor's degree in Spanish and history from Rutgers University, a master's degree from New Brunswick Theological Seminary and holds a doctorate in divinity from Eastern Nazarene College. Reverendo Salguero lives together with his wife, Reverenda Jeanette Salguero, and their 2 sons in Orlando, Florida. Welcome, Pastor, and thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For those who are able and willing, would you please stand? A moment of personal privilege to wish the Commissioner happy birthday tomorrow. Let us pray, hermanos y hermanas. God, we stand between the birthday of your servant, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and the inauguration of African American History Month. It's a good time for our county to remember the 2 arms of government, justice and mercy. We pray for our law enforcement, for our first responders, for our sheriffs, for our nurses, for our school teachers. But we also pray for our immigrants, for the African American community, for the Latino community, for the white community. God, if we ever needed you, we do need you now. And if this commission ever needed you, it needs you now. In the abundance of polarization, make us instruments of peace. In the abundance of injustice, make us instruments of justice. And help us to be mindful of the teachings of the prophets and of Jesus, to remember the widow, the orphan, the immigrant, the poor, and the unhoused. For when we treat the least of these nobly, we have treated you nobly. Spirit of the living God, would you breathe wisdom and grace on this commission? And would you give them all the instruments of justice and mercy to govern well? I pray this, Almighty God, in the name of the one the ancients called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Prince of Peace, in the matchless name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioner.
Come this way, guys. We're in the center a little bit. There we go.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Salguero, and thank you very much, Commissioner. As the Mayor mentioned, we do have 4 proclamations today. Mayor, this one was not on your script, but we have a very special guest with us today in the person of Mr. Ricky Smiley from Star 94.5. Good to see you, Ricky. Today, we're going to read a proclamation for Mr. Smiley, and then we're going to invite him to say a few words. I'll read the proclamation first and call you up, Mr. Smiley. The proclamation reads, whereas Ricky Smiley is an esteemed comedian, actor, radio personality, and philanthropist whose talent and dedication have brought joy and laughter to countless audiences nationwide. And whereas Ricky Smiley's radio program, heard in Central Florida on Star 94.5, the Ricky Smiley Show, Ricky Smiley Morning Show, has entertained millions, providing a daily dose of humor, music, and community engagement. And whereas through his comedic genius, Ricky Smiley has been a source of comfort during difficult times, using humor to unite people and foster understanding across diverse communications and communities. And whereas Ricky Smiley's commitment to philanthropy and community service is commendable, as he has tirelessly worked to uplift and empower disadvantaged individuals and communities. And whereas Orange County recognizes Ricky Smiley's dedication to fostering positive change, promoting social justice, and using his platform to address important issues facing our community. Whereas Ricky Smiley's infectious laughter, and it is infectious, and humor have brought light and happiness to countless lives, leaving an indelible mark on the world of entertainment. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim today, January 27th, 2026, as Ricky Smiley Day in Orange County, Florida, and celebrate the extraordinary contributions of Ricky Smiley to the world of comedy, entertainment, and philanthropy. Done and ordered this 27th day of January 2026, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is the man himself. Ricky Smiley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. Give us a few words. Certainly appreciate that. Mayor, going to go first.
As he's coming forward, this is very special for me. Ricky Smiley has a syndicated morning radio show across the entire country. So he has tens of millions of people who listen to him on the radio. I was listening to him this morning as I was coming in. So I don't know how he can be in 2 places at one time, but it all worked out. He's one of my esteemed fraternity brothers, and we have several of the men of Omega Psi Phi fraternity who are here this morning. And so as Mr. Smiley comes forward, I'd like those who are members of the fraternity to stand at this time as he speaks, and let us greet him. And we'll take a photograph in just a moment together as well. All right. So. That's the underchair.
First, giving honor to God, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Demings, for this wonderful proclamation. I try my best when I get up out of the bed to try to make sure that I do the right thing with our listeners, to be responsible, to make sure that people are fed, make sure that people are fed, not only just spiritually, making sure that homeless people get fed, making sure that we get the message out there, we get people to register to vote. And I'm really, really, really proud, and I'm thankful that because sometimes you just get up, you just wake up, and you just do your job. You're not knowing how you affect people and whatever. So we wake up with our praise break. Anybody that get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, we do our praise break every morning. We have a word of worship. The gentleman that prayed this morning, I would love to have him come on the morning show and pray that prayer, because that prayer was powerful. I would love to have you pray that same prayer on the morning show, because it's needed. And there's so much work to be done, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank the city of Orlando for everything that y'all have done. Y'all have been courteous to my children and I. We've been fans of Orlando for years and years and years. I can name every roller coaster at those parks, starting out with the Hulk, the She-Ra. Do I need to keep going? I can name the Cheetah. We are big fans. All of the people at the Disney Dreamers Academy. So I'm so excited, and proud member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and there's members like you that really make me proud to be an Omega man. When I talked to George Grace and I, our former Grand Boxers, had a long conversation about you yesterday, and we are so proud of the work that you're doing. I support you. I absolutely love you before I even met you, and then to be able to meet you today, I had got your information yesterday, and I'm so excited, and I'm rolling with you. Whatever you're trying to do, I'm behind you 110%, and I wish you the absolute best, and thank you for being an example to me. And I just, I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm humble. And I bring you greetings from Birmingham, Alabama, from Faith Walker's Missionary Baptist Church, where the pastor, Kevin Bryant, is my pastor and fraternity brother. So it's Omega men everywhere. And I'm just proud to be with y'all today. And thank you so much.
Hang on, we're going to get the commissioners to come down for this photo as well. And we're also happy to have with us today from Star 94.5, Mr. Elroy Smith. Good to see you, Mr. Smith. Good to see you, the Director of Urban Content and Director of Branding and Programming for Star 94.5. Good to see you this morning, sir. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Smiley. Let's give Mr. Smiley and the folks now at Star 94.5 another round of applause. Thank you for being here today with us. We appreciate it so much. All right, we're going to go into our next proclamation. Our second proclamation today is for Black History Month. Black History Month. And the proclamation reads, whereas Black History Month, also known as African American History Month, is an annual observance in the United States in honor and recognition of the people and events that have significantly impacted the African diaspora's history. And whereas in 1926, historian and author Carter G. Woodson, who is known as the father of Black history studies, introduced Negro History Week as a reaction to racism and to highlight the role African Americans have played in the development of civilization. And whereas we embrace the struggles and achievements of our forefathers by joining together as one community, empowered by a Declaration of Independence drafted by Thomas Jefferson in 1776, which states, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that these among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas Orange County Government and the Black History Committee of Orange County Incorporated have been celebrating Black History Month as a vital part of American history in Orange County for over 32 years. And whereas Orange County Government and the Black History Committee of Orange County have worked for decades in developing programs and activities that support the goals and achievements of our forefathers for the betterment of all men and women. And whereas African Americans continue to demonstrate the heroic deeds of exceptional men and women, which are now woven into our society and ingrained in our history. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of February 2026 as Black History Month in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents to learn about the history and celebrate the contributions African Americans have made to the world, to our country, and to our community. Done and ordered this 27th day of January 2026, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is Dolores Batson. Ms. Batson is the president of the Black History Committee of Orange County. Ms. Batson.
Good morning, Mayor Demings, Board of County Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, County Attorney, Newton, employees, and the citizens of Orange County. It has been over 32 years since the Black History Committee of Orange County came to the Board of County Commissioners proclaiming and asking that we honor February as Black History Month in Orange County, Florida. With your help and partnership, we have made tremendous strides in the community. Over $510,000 has been awarded to 7 colleges and universities, and over 250 students have benefited from the scholarship awards. These are students graduating from Orange County Public High School. We have also have additional funds that are endowed with Valencia College, and we use the interest that we earn each year to award even more scholarships. A total of $4,000 has been donated to the students for book scholarships, and in the last 2 years, $5,000 has been donated to community organizations to help families with children with terminal illness, for reading programs, money to educate the elderly and the seniors, and donations to various kidney patients that are dealing with dialysis. This year, we will be celebrating 31 years with the Festival on the Lawn, 26 years reading to Head Start students, and 23 years celebrating our Scholarship Awards Gala. The Black History Committee will kick off February 2026 with our art exhibit by Tinashe in collaboration with Orange County Arts and Culture Divisions and Orange County Government. February 12th, our 25th annual reading program will commence, and over 1,800 Head Start students have benefited from our stories. February 20th, our 31st annual Festival on the Lawn, and on June 27th, our 22nd annual Scholarship Awards Gala. Our organization would like to thank you, Mayor, the Board of County Commissioners, Orange County employees, and the citizens of Orange County. And most of all, we would like to thank the building department, who's been in partnership with us for 32 years in our reading program and with our Festival on the Lawn. They've really stepped up and made a difference. I would also like to thank sponsors throughout the community who have helped us make a difference with our 25th annual events that we've held. Thank you again, Orange County. Thank you again, Mayor and the Board of Commissioners, for proclaiming 2026 as Black History Month in February. Thank you.
Let me also just acknowledge the work that Dolores Batson has been involved with from the beginning. Both her and her husband, Bernard, cannot be here today due to illness, but they have been the wings behind this organization now for all of these years. I've known Dolores for over 50 years. We were in high school together, and so I don't know, she kept me out of trouble, I kept her out of trouble during those days, but she has been an employee of Orange County government. When they started this, she was working for us, and she went on after that to do other great things. So we humbly say to all of those of you who continue to make certain that we recognize this month during a time that in some places in our country it is difficult to do so, where it's not fashionable to do so, but you all are still doing it. And I want you to know, here in Orange County, we do still stand with you. And with that, we'll take a photograph. We invite your team up to take the photograph at this time.
All right, thank you very much, Dolores, and thank you very much, Black History Committee of Orange County. Appreciate the hard work that you're doing, both inside the organization and externally. Our next proclamation is for School Guard Appreciation Day. School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. And the proclamation reads, whereas Orange County continues to make its youngest residents a top priority by raising awareness, for issues that significantly impact their safety and well-being. And whereas during the school year, more than 300 school crossing guards are dedicated to educating children about the importance of practicing safety on their way to and from school, as well as when crossing any roadway. And whereas every school day, these highly dedicated men and women are on the streets protecting our school children, teaching them about pedestrian safety, and providing an invaluable service to the community. And whereas school crossing guards can sometimes face adversarial, dangerous, or difficult conditions while performing their duties. And whereas it is the desire of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners to recognize the school crossing guards in our community who put their lives on the line each and every day to protect our children and ensure that they arrive safely at school. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim Friday, February 6, 2026, as School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day in Orange County, Florida. Done in order this 27th day of January, 2026, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is the Orange County Undersheriff, Mr. Mark Canty. Mr. Canty.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Demings and Board of County Commission, for recognizing our school crossing guards for their outstanding work on National School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. Our school crossing guards provide an important service to our young students as they travel to school. They make sure that they're able to cross the busy streets of Orange County as they travel to and from school. While the job of a school crossing guard may be difficult, our dedicated guards arrive at their post regardless of the weather, to daily safeguard our young pedestrians on their journeys. We have 346 guards covering 515 crossings for 136 schools. That's pretty amazing. As Orange County continues to grow, we will always be hiring for this important job. I'm pleased today to have one of our school crossing guards with us, School Crossing Guard, Mr. John Negron. Just stand up, John. For the past 21 years, John has been a reliable and dedicated crossing guard who can always be counted on. A true team player, he consistently shows up and ready to work, putting safety and teamwork first. He is always willing to jump in and help at a moment's notice, reflecting the true devotion to this community. John's longstanding commitment has made a lasting and positive impact on this community. I'll say this, a lot doesn't get said about our school crossing guards, as kind of mentioned earlier. It's not meant to be a dangerous job, but it can be a dangerous job. They face a lot of different challenges, whether it's traffic, upset people that just kind of want to go on their way. But they go out there every day, whether it's 95 degrees, 100 degrees, 30 degrees, they make sure that our children can get to school safely. They act as mentors and role models to our kids. They talk to them. They make sure that they're safe. That is what this community needs. That is what this community is about. And without them, we would have a big hole in our community. The Sheriff's Office is very proud to have them as a member of our organization, and we could not do our job without them. So on behalf of John Mina and all the men and women of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, I want to say thank you to Mr. Negron and all our school crossing guards for the job that they do every day. It is a very tough job, and we greatly appreciate them. And again, I want to thank the mayor and the board. You guys have been supporters of this program since its inception. You continue to support it, and we greatly appreciate that at the Sheriff's Office. So thank you for your support. Thank you.
All right, let's give Under Sheriff Canty and our school crossing guards another round of applause. Thank you all so much for the great work you do in the community. Thank you, Under Sheriff. Our final proclamation is for United Against Poverty Month. United Against Poverty Month. And the proclamation reads, whereas for the past 23 years, United Against Poverty has worked to inspire and empower people living in poverty to attain economic self-sufficiency. And whereas United Against Poverty provides an array of services to struggling families, including food, crisis care, job training, education, and long-term food assistance. And whereas United Against Poverty strongly believes that individuals are not defined by their circumstances and is committed to empowering those in need to break the cycle of poverty. And whereas during 2025, United Against Poverty's partnership with Orange County helped more than 14,000 households. And whereas in 2026, United Against Poverty, Orlando, in partnership with Orange County, will move forward with a capital project to create a new, more efficient, and sustainable facility to continue its work and support Orange County residents as they seek to break the cycle of poverty and live healthy, fulfilling lives. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim January 2026 as United Against Poverty Month in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents to work together in support of families in need. Now, in order, this 27th day of January 2026, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is Anjali Vea, Executive Director of United Against Poverty.
Good morning, and I want to thank Mayor Demings and to the entire commission team and the team members of Orange County that help our team spear forward a very, very heavy, uplifting job every single day. Our families in Central Florida and in Orange County are struggling, and that message is loud and clear. Last year, in 2025, being the executive director here, I saw things that crippled my heart, hurt, as I, in the front line, heard the families cry and ask how to put food on the table. This is never, in my 4 years with United Against Poverty, have I seen lines at the front of our doors. That was the end, and it was the entire fourth quarter where generally families struggle. But this one was different. It hurt. These were individuals that worked that no longer had their SNAP benefits in their cards. They came to the center with their hands wide open and tears saying, "How do we feed the children?" That was our reality, and immediately, through our partnerships in Central Florida, we were able to put an emergency plan of action together to make sure that every family that came into our doors got the vouchers necessary in that emergency to have access to free food with dignity. Additionally, our crisis navigators stepped in because this one moment created a cycle of over 3 to 6 months of that family struggling. There were utility bills, to rental issues, to evictions that we started to quickly navigate. This partnership with Orange County, as well as with the City of Orlando, gives us the tools to be able to serve these individuals and families. And I thank you dearly. My team thanks you dearly, and I know entire Orange County residents, as well as Central Florida, commend you for the hard work and the decisions that you make daily on ensuring that the nonprofits like ourselves have the resources to move forward and to help these families and individuals every day. So thank you for this proclamation, and I am humbly thankful for everything that each one of you does for us.
Okay, so that's our center dot. Yeah, I'm trying to like. I needed to be centered for a long time. Well, don't depend on me for that.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Vega, and all of you at United Against Poverty for the great work that you do. And finally today, a special presentation. If you walk around our building outside, you will see the beautiful artwork. I will now call on Vicki Landon, Administrator for Arts and Cultural Affairs, to give us details on Sculpture on the Lawn.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. It is my honor to be here this morning to present to you some detail on the 11th annual Sculpture on the Lawn program here at the Orange County Administration Center. This program was established in 2015 by the Public Art Review Board to promote the inclusion of public art throughout Orange County. And really the goal is to educate and benefit our residents and our visitors through this international call for sculptures. And so I am pleased to showcase to you some of the figures that we have on display here this year. The Sculpture on the Lawn program had its opening reception about a week and a half ago, so thank you to all of you who came out in the cold, including the mayor, and I think we had Commissioner Wilson present to meet some of the artists and hear from them and hear people talking, which we don't need pictures of me. There we go. I'm going to run through just a few of the sculptures here so you can see for this 11th annual Sculpture on the Lawn program. This piece is titled Common Form. Common Form is created by Javier Gillian and David Cookson of Longwood, Florida. So I'll remind you, this is an international global call, but the Public Art Review Board selection process is fully blind to geography and artist names, so it's always special when we get a Central Floridian artist that is selected. Both Javier and David have completed several public art projects that allow them to engage with diverse audiences and contribute meaningfully to their cultural landscape, but their work is rooted in a tactile relationship with natural materials, primarily rammed earth, which is this sort of concrete base that you see on this piece. Rammed earth is a sedimentary layering, so what's neat about it is it captures geological time and human gesture and impact simultaneously. The wood on the top offers a counterpoint. It's intended to be organic and responsive and full of sort of subtle histories, and together they allow for a conversation between sort of permanence and transformation. So this piece is Common Form by Javier Gillian and David Cookson of Longwood. One of the other pieces that we have, there you go. is Cecilia Luesa's Golden Hour. Cecilia Luesa is of St. Petersburg, Florida, and since 2000, she and her team have been working on a variety of site-specific public art projects in many cities throughout the United States. As a team, they're dedicated to creating unique public art that withstands the test of time and enhances our environment and engages the public in building community. Golden Hour is inspired by the sun, and it explores the concepts of color and light and movement. It has 8 panels that converge together into one axis, so it creates a really dynamic visual effect for the viewer. It's painted with this bright shade of yellow to evoke joy and positive energy and sunshine while engaging the public and adding a really vibrant focal point to the lawn here at the Administration Center. We also have, the third piece I'll speak with you about this morning is The Shape of Drift by Ariana Berman of Lexington, Kentucky. Ariana is working primarily in metal, and she really explores the human body as a site of memory and transformation and shifting identity, and her practice is really rooted in a materiality where like texture and touch and process become records of presence and records of change. This piece, The Shape of Drift, is rooted in the relationship between the human body and the natural world. It's very evocative of sort of water flowing and bodies of water moving. So it presents figurative and organic compositions that examine mortality, transformation, and emotional perception. Now, we've shared before that creating art is art, moving and installing art is an art and not a science. So our fourth piece is actually still in Dallas, Texas with its creator, Art Garcia, but will be here Friday of this week. So by the end of this week, you will see Human Nature Figures 5, 6, and 7. Art Garcia has been published in journals and annuals in the United States and in Europe since 1990, and his works have been exhibited all over the United States. He's also a professor of art at Dallas College and the University of Dallas, and he says it's through seriality that art and design offer a collective observation into our social consciousness. And from that visual dialogue, the objects use the language of color that's commonly experienced in our daily lives. As the hues of night and day once influenced human physiology, color influences the object. So this is Human Nature number 5, 6, and 7, which you will see by the end of this week. Now, maybe some of you are missing the sculptures that we had up through 2025 because we always love new pieces, but maybe you were sad to see them go. I have wonderful news for you that for the very first time, we have entered into a partnership with the City of Winter Park, who's revived its sculpture on, or Art on the Green program. And so 3 of our 4 2025 sculptures will be exhibited throughout 2026 in the new Seven Oaks Park in this arrangement with the Winter Park Art Alliance and the City of Winter Park. So you can still see Blue Mulberry, Melt Piece, and Drop from the UK, DeLand, and Chicago right here in Winter Park for the following year. And these sculptures just opened up last week as well, and you'll be able to see them on display throughout the year. And thank you very much. That's all I have for you. I hope you enjoy the art throughout this year.
All right. Thank you. With that, we're going to move forward on our agenda this morning. Thank you all for indulging us. We had a number of proclamations, but I'd like to open it up for public comment at this time, and we'll invite members of the public to come forward regarding issues or concerns that should be brought before this board. Of course, this afternoon, we will have our various land use issues, and there will be public hearings associated with that. And if you are here for one of those items, you'll have the opportunity during the public comment period at that time. With that, Mr. Thelmuller, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard this morning?
We do, Mayor. We have 23 speakers registered this morning.
All right. We're going to give each member 2 minutes to speak this morning. You'll have 2 minutes. As you begin, we ask that you give us your name and your address for the record, if you will. And with that, let's start in the order in which perhaps you have received the cards.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall, approach the podium in the order called. When you approach, please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker is going to be Alan Levi, followed by Michael J. Perkins, Val Mobley, Christopher John Stalder, and Trini Kuros.
My name is Alan Levi. I live at 535 East Harding Street in Orlando, Florida. Commissioners, you never imagined you would be coerced into supporting ICE, a maniacal, violent law enforcement agency. I am asking you to lead with wisdom, integrity, and creativity. Oppose ICE in any and every way. And for those on this commission that have announced their run for high-level positions, consider your legacy. Can we trust you if, in this moment, you do not stand up for your community? You have the support of more people than you can imagine. You just need to ask. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Michael Perkins, 13644 Sunshowers Circle, Orlando. Mayor and Commissioners, first of all, thank you for the continued efforts to keep the warming centers open during these cold snaps for our unhoused neighbors. They're badly needed, and I know that many of our unhoused neighbors use them. However, it's unfortunate that our community, once so rich in TDT funds and with such a high standard of living, has to resort to opening county facilities to shelter people when the temperature drops below 40 degrees overnight. I think it's egregious that we have a portion of our population sleeping outside at all. We simply need the will to create opportunities for those least fortunate to restart their life in a stable environment. Our community lacks over 400 beds for our unhoused population, a number sure to increase with planned cuts to the federal budget and lack of state support. The need for more beds is desperate, both here in the city and in our outlying communities. As you begin the budget process for the next fiscal year, I urge you to consider funding for the creation of more shelter facilities. Our problem is significant and will only get worse. Building or converting shelter space will take time. You must act now to create space for the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Christopher John Stalder, 5102 St. Germain Avenue, Belle Isle, Florida, 32812. It's great to see everyone here, commissioners, mayor, and neighbors. I'm here to support Orlando Shelters, and I'm familiar with many of the housing crises we've been going through, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. The affordability problem is getting worse, and more people are having to make choices between feeding their families and paying their rent. And it's important for us to reach out and help those that are less fortunate and more vulnerable to crisis situations. And it's our moral obligation to care for the impoverished in our community. And it's wonderful that we're working on building more shelters like the Goldenrod Shelter for 150 beds. But the crisis, it's just a small part of the solution, and we need more help. And anything we can do to help the less fortunate will help better serve our community and improve the strength and fabric of our community. And thank you very much for all you do.
All right, thank you as well. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, Orlando, 32804. So thank you so much for opening the warming centers. They're greatly needed. The problem is there's not enough of them, especially on the far reaches of the county. They all seem to be in the center. We need to cover all of Orange County so that all people who have no place to go when it's that cold can be warm for one night at least. So thank you for doing that. Now I want to talk about ICE. I'm sorry that Orange County was coerced into signing an agreement with them to house detainees in our jail. Given what is happening across the country, I just don't, and also what's happening here in Orange County, why, my first question is, have we been reimbursed by the federal government for doing their job? I don't think that we have. And second, I think that if we could get out of that agreement with them, I know we tried to renegotiate, I don't know where that went, to get full reimbursement, but I don't trust the federal government to pay us anything for what we've done. And I just really hope that we would stand up and cancel that agreement with ICE so that we don't go further in the hole. You have a responsibility, a stewardship of our tax money, and that is a waste of our tax money, especially if we're not going to get reimbursed. So please, please do what you can.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. I agree with everyone that has spoken before me. Those are the real problems and issues that elected officials who take an oath on a Bible should be looking at. As I was coming, there were 5 citizens shivering right outside these walls. History repeats itself for those who don't know it nor have lived it. As a 15-year-old girl, I was already fighting for the rights of people because God gave me an education and a passion to do that. It's been 62 long years, and it has not stopped. I'm a community advocate for anyone that is mistreated, suffer, abused, because nothing has changed. I was born 8 years after one of the most vile human beings that have been on this earth, that Nazi Gestapo man, was in power. Guess what? 62 years after I was born, I'm looking at a similar situation. Here in the land of the so-called free and home of the brave, I am never going to be a happy camper. One of my leaders, Martin Luther King, said, agree to disagree. And I will always disagree when things are wrong, when people who are supposed to make a right choose not to, because somebody else is puppeting there. I'm for the people, I will die being for the people, and my voice will forever be raised against injustice, unfairness, and anything that is ungodly, because I do serve God, and God says so. On the day of judgment, I will judge you for whatever you did, and those things that were not right, you will pay for. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, folks, next batch of speakers is going to start with Maria Bolton Jobert, followed by Heather Pierre Joseph, Linda Coffin, Sabrina Berlin, and Walker Smith.
Good morning. Maria Bolton Jobert, 1377 Page Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32806. ICE out now. There's a lack of transparency. Why are we allowing the government to jail immigrants who are here legally with paperwork, with no crimes, and they're sitting in our jail? This is an injustice. And who is paying for this? What is ICE doing? Racial profiling. If you look Spanish, if you happen to look and are brown or black, you know, the odds are, if you do, you're getting profiled and you're getting picked up. I sit in privilege, and I'm probably not going to get pulled over anywhere. That's not right. People are living in fear in our community. People aren't showing up to work. They're not sending their kids to school. We already see what is happening in our country. It is an injustice. It is not okay. Silence on this speaks volumes. Complacency is not okay. We have asylum seekers in this country. And the irony, many of those people that are getting jailed are Venezuelan. Our president has just personally profited off of Venezuelan oil. You can Google that. He put the money in a personal account, apparently in Qatar. What is happening? This isn't okay. Please don't support this. ICE out now. Thank you for your time and for extending the time today. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, members of the board. Attorney Walker Smith. I live at 2608 East Church Street, and I'm here today to rise in opposition and to beg you to help us get ICE off our streets. Our local law enforcement are enough, and you have home rule. It's time we lead the charge, not be led by threats of charges. I'm here today because we were unanimous, and when you were unanimous and brave with us, you were at your strongest. The people had your back, and then they threatened this entire board. Some let that sway them rather than stay strong. I'm here to share an experience that I had and to open your eyes to unconstitutional practices at your corrections facility. A week ago, a local law firm won a habeas petition because of Orange County's illegal practice of grace periods after the 72-hour mark, a policy I personally confirmed with Chief Neely, leaving this board open to damages of up to $200,000 per person. That grace period could be hours, days, and in some cases months, and they are not being transparent with you about that data. I personally represented someone and went to 33rd who had been there for longer than 72 hours, and when I came on the 5th day, placed corrections on written notice of that violation, I was referred to that policy. I watched as Geo came and lined him up with other Hispanic men and took him out of that facility. They sent him to another state and then they deported him, robbing him of his ability to file a habeas petition, even though he entered this country legally. I encourage you to go to 33rd, look at BRCA, see the conditions for yourself and make your own determinations. I urge you to remain united, stay strong, stay brave with us, and this time don't sign the damn thing, file the damn lawsuit. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Bonjour, nom c'est Heather Pierre Joseph, mwete dans District 6, zip code mwen c'est 30839. Mvini la jodi a pou mfe Haitien konen, Haitien pal vini, so commissioner gen ability konen a pou yo suspend sa. Deuxième bay mvle nou konen se gen l'argent nan tourism tax dollar pou yo ka pran pou yo ka mette pou moun ki nan la ri pou dormi. So mkampe la jodi a pou mande yo pou yo fè sa. Good morning. My name is Heather Pierre Joseph. I live in District 6, 32839. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. I'm here to speak in support of Orlando shelters. On Sunday, after coming from church, feeling really good, I stopped by Walmart on Kirkman. I saw this young lady, this young mother with 3 children, ages 2, 3, and 4, homeless. She was collecting money so she can pay for a hotel on iDrive. That costs $53 a night. If there are 4 weeks in a month, she's paying $1,400. And when the months consist of 5 weeks, she's paying $1,750. Our babies are sleeping on the street. We currently have Orange County Public Schools children sleeping in tents. I'm urging this board right now to support shelters. And I know there's controversy. Let's take a lighter side. Let's support families that are living in the shelters. And finally, I leave you with this. Defend the weak and the fatherless. Uphold the cause of the poor and the oppressed. Also, file a lawsuit concerning the IGSA. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Linda Coffin. I'm with the Faith Coalition of Immigrants Are Welcome Here. My zip code is 32810. Today, the national ICE emergency is reaching our streets. We support Commissioner Nicole Wilson's memo calling for a pause on any new municipal detention facilities, including immigration detention. We also support the county's stated response that any immigration facility would be governed by transparency, community input, and accountability. However, the ICE IGSA mess we're in, those words do not go far enough to rebuild our trust. Trust is broken because ICE has dragged our county jail into secrecy, not transparency. We don't know who is being held or why, or whether due process is enforced when people are transferred to ICE. When unlawful detention is publicly confirmed, trust means stop the presses and fight for due process rights. When we talk about community input, remember last summer when this community stood up with courage, unity, and strength. Our community continues to raise concerns, but without the action of promised lawsuit, community input is not community trust. Finally, accountability. You just declared January Poverty Awareness Month. Where are our tax dollars going? We still aren't reimbursed. We don't know how many people are held for only minor traffic infractions or how many nights they are held before being transferred to ICE. Taxpayers pay 100% for the cost of every night someone's held before an ICE hold is set. The national emergency is here. Listen to us. Don't let ICE crush the trust that remains. Rebuild trust. Be courageous. File the IGSA lawsuit. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Sabrina Berlin, 4402 Calmwater Court, Orlando 32817. I volunteer with the Coalition on Detention Support, and I will be reading a statement on behalf of someone with legal status held in our jail for more than a week and at an ICE facility for almost a month. I was detained for a traffic infraction and was held for more than a week at Orange County Corrections, known as 33rd Street. During those days, I lived in inhumane conditions. The food was deplorable, ham and bread unsafe to eat. The bread was even moldy. I never had adequate access to potable water and had to drink from the bathroom sink. I was kept in an overcrowded cell with 19 to 21 people. I was booked several times, not due to an error, but to avoid reaching the 72 hours processing and having to start over and over again. The officers mocked us and addressed us with contempt and disdain. Immigrants were also mixed with the criminal population without any distinction. Even though those 9+ days are done, the damage and emotional trauma remains. This is not an isolated case, and telling this truth, even anonymously, is to denounce and remember. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with Beverly Cassius, followed by Josephine Arroyo, Bishop William Cavins, Sarah Robinson, Dr. Nancy Rudner, and Burbeth Foster.
My name is Beverly Cassius. I live in zip code 32818. And today I want to talk about the fact that on February 3rd, the TPS protection will be ending for everybody who's under TPS, with speaking specifically of our Haitian population. Right now, our Haitian population is afraid. They're scared in this community because there's fear by watching what's going on at all these other states and what ICE can do to them if they're stopped. And there's a lot of questions within their family dynamic right now as well. What I'm bringing to the table today is that we must file the IGSA lawsuit because we want to make sure that the Haitians in our community feel safe. Because right now, with everything they're seeing, there is no safety. There's only fear. And there's only so many things that they feel that they can't do in this community. As a community, Orange County, we have to remember a big part of our community is diversity. Diversity of all those that live here and that have come here to have a life for their family. Please file the lawsuit because our people are a part of our diversity. Please, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm attorney Josephine Arroyo, and my husband and I own the Arroyo Law Firm, which is a criminal defense and immigration law firm here in Orlando, Florida. I'm here today because what is happening inside the Orange County Jail is unlawful, unconstitutional, and deeply harmful to our community, and I do not say that lightly. Approximately 2 weeks ago, our firm filed a petition for habeas corpus against your jail and the federal government, and that was granted. Our client was granted immediate relief. He's a legal immigrant here with documents and was arrested for nothing. There was not even a traffic infraction. And guess what? News reporters have found out that over 138 people in your jail are sitting there without any charges. Since that ruling, we have filed 9 additional petitions for writ of habeas corpus and temporary injunctions against your jail. And temporary restraining orders have already been issued to your jail. The federal marshals have served your jail, and we have a hearing tomorrow and many hearings coming up for the next week. So this is not an isolated incident, it is a pattern. Orange County is allowing ICE to circumvent the law by removing individuals every 72 hours, then bringing them back, rebooking them under a new booking number, artificially resetting the clock, prolonging detention without due process. Why hide the ball if you're doing something legally? Worse, individuals disappear from your system when taken by ICE. This past Sunday, my office had to tell your guards the exact location of our client because your system showed that she was not there. And guess what? She was in BRC 3 Delta. This lack of transparency is dangerous. It prevents attorneys from locating their clients. It keeps families in the dark, and it raises serious constitutional concerns. I recognize that your jobs are not easy, but history does not judge us on convenience. It judges us on courage. So, Dr. Martin Luther King said, the time is always right to do what is right, and the time is now.
All right, thank you, Ms. Arroyo. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Orange County Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the lawsuit seeking clarification of the IGSA. My name is Bishop William Cavins. I reside in 32792. The church is located in 32812. Immigration is before you again because the harm has not stopped. History does repeat itself, as we've heard from other speakers today, but it often does not repeat itself exactly. Back in the 1930s, we saw a pattern of identify, isolate, detain, disappear. We hear that same pattern repeating itself now. I provided your offices last week a copy of our church's teaching on human dignity. And that calls for all those that believe in God to stand up and take action. Our small congregation has acted. Over 2,500 Know Your Rights cards have been distributed. Over 200 community alert whistles have been shared. We've expanded our food ministry by 200%, and it's not enough. The human cost is real too. Personally, I'm not sleeping. I've lost more than half of my congregation. And spiritually, I feel exhausted. I experience grief and deep spiritual injury. Now, if that's the toll on me as a pastor, imagine those whose safety and dignity rest in your hands. I would like to know how many of the commission have taken the time to go down to 33rd Street and spoken face-to-face with those people being detained. No governor can stop you from doing that. No executive order can prevent you from filing a lawsuit. Reports of the inadequate water, moldy food, stripped dignity, these are warning signs. Leadership begins with witness. File the lawsuit. Remove ICE from our streets. Be witnesses for justice. I thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. Next speaker, please.
I'm here to ask you to file the IGSA lawsuit. My name is Pastor Sarah Robinson, pastor at Audubon Park Church and part of the Faith Leader Network of the Immigrants Are Welcome Here Coalition. I live on Tanager Street, 32803. I want to lend a voice of support to Nicole Wilson's proposal to prevent any new detention center here in Orange County. I also want to read to you some names. Geraldo Lunas Campos, Luis Gustavo Nunes Caceres, Luis Beltran Yanez Cruz Paradila, Victor Manuel Diaz, Herbert Sanchez Dominguez, Keith Porter, Renee Good, Alex Peretti. All have been killed by ICE in 2026. We're not even through January yet. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. Who will be next? And what is to stop that next from being right here? Thousands have already been human trafficked through our jail. ICE appears to be rapidly expanding their operation right here. Will the blood be on our streets, our jails next? What's happening right now in Orange County is a moral stain on our community. I know Jesus will forgive you, but would you be able to forgive yourself if you know you could have done something and you choose not to act? They are ready to make us the next Minneapolis. Tourists will stop coming here. They already are. You have power in this situation, but you are choosing not to use it. No ICE in our streets. File the IGSA lawsuit.
All right, thank you, Pastor. Next speaker.
No one ever wants to follow after a pastor. But I'm here to ask you to file the IGA lawsuit, the IGSA lawsuit. I'm Nancy Rudner, 558 Queens Mirror Circle, Castleberry, 32707. And I'm a nurse, and I've cared for people in Orange County. I've cared for people at the border seeking refuge in our country. 95% of the people who've been captured by ICE or kidnapped by ICE without habeas corpus, without due process, 95% do not have criminal records. ICE is terrorizing our community, making us less safe. I have family members who won't come here to visit me because they don't feel safe here. And ICE is starting to ramp up. 300 arrests this past week. And we know that immigrants are less likely to commit crime than anybody else. Local law enforcement is doing ICE's work, and it weakens our community. It takes our resources that we heard we need for housing, we need for food, we need for health care. And now with taking away protective status for Haitians, Haitians are a major part of our healthcare workforce. And without the security to live here, our whole healthcare system locally can collapse. Get out of the ICE business. File the lawsuit. Remove ICE from our streets. Do the right thing. File the IGSA lawsuit to protect us, because now is the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Barbeth Foster. I am an attorney with Community Justice Project, and I am here from Miami supporting the Immigrants Are Welcome Here Coalition and asking you once again to either modify the current IGSA agreement or to file the lawsuit. We agree with the assessment of your county attorney that was made over 6 months ago to this board. The board has a contractual opportunity to modify the IGSA and stop cooperation with immigration enforcement. The only thing that's standing in your way is the unconstitutional coercive threats coming from the governor and the AG's office. Those threats violate your First Amendment rights, and it also harms every Orange County resident. If you will not exercise your legitimate right to modify the contractual terms of the current IGSA and stop cooperating with ICE, we would pose that the board does need to go to a court of competent jurisdiction and pose the following question. Is participation in the immigration portion of the IGSA while maintaining full compliance with the state-required 287G agreement required under state law? That is certainly something that would give you the clarity you need to move forward. You all do not need to look at the news coming out of cities across this country to understand the harm of federal immigration enforcement. You can see it happening right here in your backyard in your own community. Community Justice Project, along with other national legal partners, continue to offer our pro bono assistance to the county. The community is asking this board to move forward with the modification or file the lawsuit. We echo the words of your community. The time is now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
All right, Mayor, we have one last batch of speakers. It's going to start with Tim McKinney, followed by Dana Hutchinson. Last name is Roy. David Slyman, and Dr. Jim Moyer.
Hey, Mayor, Tim McKinney, 415 East Pine Street. I hate coming here in person. I know you guys have such a long day, but it's really imperative that we really look at this issue of cold weather as a state of emergency. Right now, we have folks sleeping outside in East Orange County that have no other option. As a nonprofit, we always want to come with solutions and not just problems. We've leased a piece of property. We're ready to have it fully occupied. We've had the benefit of the top leadership of Orange County Fire Department out there with us every day this week. We had a little hiccup when one of our homeless friends pulled a heater under one of the overhangs. The damage is less than $1,500. We could make the repairs in less than 2 hours. Unfortunately, we've gotten stacks of reports. I've gotten calls from you guys with the impression that the building nearly burned down. What we need is proactive collaboration to get buildings that we already have in East Orange County open so that we can provide an option for our friends. This morning when I was getting ready, it felt like 22 degrees outside. I'm pretty sure that if all of us slept outside last night, we'd be working on this issue with earnest this morning. Our county commissioner has been fantastic at helping to drive this, but she has pointed out what we all know. Without political leadership driving past the policies, the procedures, and the barriers that are preventing, honestly, common sense from kicking in and making available shelter at night, we can't solve this problem. So we stand ready as a proactive community partner, prepared to provide shelter for any person that needs it in Far East Orange County. But what we need, as I was talking to Mr. Brooks about this morning, is the county collaboration, not just business as usual and standard procedures happening, but we need an emergency response to resolving our little issue so we can get our building back open, but also providing permanent opportunities for our homeless friends at night. We are ready. We've got the partnerships and the resources and the collaboration. We're not asking government to do this alone, but we do need you to partner with us because no one should sleep outside when it feels like 20 degrees. Thank you.
All right. Since he's already had a conversation with you, I know you all will follow up with Mr. McKinney on that issue. All right, next speaker.
Good morning. Dana Hutchinson, 19246 Lansdowne, Orlando 32833. I'm here today because a warehouse not too far from where I live has been chosen as a possible location for an ICE detention facility. I was born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri, and the day that DHS agents toured a warehouse there, the city council said, "Not in our community." They passed a 5-year moratorium on non-municipal detention facilities that very day. Orlando and Orange County have a JPA for the area this warehouse is located with a land use plan. I am positive that a detention facility, or let's call it what it is, a concentration camp, is not compatible with this plan. ICE plans on creating a nationwide feeder system People taken by ICE will be held in processing sites like the facility in Orlando and then sent to one of 7 mega sites like the one proposed in Kansas City. From there, they will be sent to concentration camps in other countries or who knows where. ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons said at a conference in April that the administration aims to treat deportations like Amazon Prime, but with human beings. The conditions in these facilities are not surprising. Reports of rotten food, lack of clean water, inadequate or no medical care, physical abuse, and complete lack of transparency or accountability. None of this is compatible with a region that boasts the happiest place on earth. Our economy depends on making visitors feel welcome here, making them feel safe here, making the people who live and work here feel safe. If they put a concentration camp in our backyard, they have to fill it. We start seeing people dragged out of their cars at Disney Springs or agents going door to door to fill their quotas. People are going to start reconsidering their vacation plans. I didn't know till I was in my 30s that the U.S. had concentration camps during World War II. It was a shameful part of our history. Please don't let Orlando be part of that history. Put as many word blocks as you can, and they may decide to go where they're more welcome. That's what Kansas City and other cities and counties are doing, even Republican ones. We can do it too.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Ema Roy, 2337 Albion Avenue, Orlando, 32833. I intended to talk about gaps in the processes for accessing help from the county, but humans are dying. People are being executed. The people who are being executed are a buffer for what leadership is not doing. Last summer I was here when for 6 days we dropped the 287G agreement. I want everybody released today who doesn't have a criminal background. There's no reason for it. And as far as that warehouse past Lake Nona on the other side of where I live, that would be a great warming centre today. It would be great to take that over today and use it for a real human purpose. Sorry. You know, Mr. Rogers says about the helpers, you know, and regular people are having to stand up as helpers. Some people don't know, and it was particularly ironic about next month being Black History, when right now our Black, Indigenous, people of colour community are being attacked right now, right here. So I want actions, you know, and I know you can do it. And in actual fact, you'll probably have more of a following for whatever other campaigns are going on. This has been a slow boil for some parents and advocates. There's been attacks against teachers, transgender youth, students, DEI, and now we're at this, and now our citizens are being rounded up, and now our citizens are being executed. They're being executed, and Mayor Demings, I really appreciate you not looking away. This is time for courage. Nothing has ever happened in the history of ever from asking politely from an oppressor. The time is now. Do the right thing. File the lawsuit. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. My name is David Slyman. I live in 600 Lake Avenue, Maitland, Florida. I'm here for my commercial property on Concord Street, Concord Avenue. I'm a victim of illegal dumping. This property has been, I have two properties on Concord Avenue, 4551 and 4560 West Concord Avenue. For the last 2 years, illegal dumpings keep coming and people dumping at night. And the county, all they do is just send me the code enforcement and give me time to clean it. And if I don't clean it, then they start fining me. The last episode, it was about 3-4 weeks ago. So they fined me, and they gave me only 15 days to clean. I didn't have the money to clean, to spend $5,000. Sure enough, the county, they went and they cleaned the property and they billed me with $19,000. I'm here for your mercy. I can't deal with this. The county is not doing anything about it. They put street lights, they put camera, but nobody serviced it. Commissioner Scotti was helping me with putting pressure, but obviously there is miscommunication between the code enforcement and the public works. So I need your help. I have a bill for $19,000. I need to pay it, or they're going to put a lien on my property. And I can't be in the middle of the night watching the property for people coming and dumping on my property. So please help me.
All right, Mr. Brooks, who's going to do the follow-up?
Mr. Reynolds is out there in the audience, and they're very familiar with it.
Okay. You see Mr. Reynolds?
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr.
Follow up with him. All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm the elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor. I live at 1811 Southern Red Oak Court, Ocoee, Florida, but I serve all of Northwest Orange County. I'm here to talk about a different topic than the majority of the people have spoken about. However, I'd like to take the liberty to encourage everyone in our country to decide to choose love, as Dr. King did. Now, moving on to the topic, Stark Lake and Lake Prima Vista in Ocoee. The city of Ocoee has done a lot to prevent pollutants come on the west side. They have a project that's starting to clean up inside Stark Lake and Lake Prima Vista. However, now I consider this board and our county to be very fair. So I have a question about fairness here. Is it fair for the city of Ocoee to foot the entire bill, to have the entire burden, when 65% of Stark Lake is owned by the state? And there's several residents on the north side of these lakes that are unincorporated Orange residents. And on the south side is the Tom West Blueberry Farm, which is in unincorporated Orange County. I'm an accountant by profession. I believe in fairness and doing things at the right time. It's more cost effective. This is the time to stop the pollutants from coming down into these lakes from the north, the east, and the south. So please consider helping. Thank you for all you do, and God bless you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Moyer. We got anybody from
Liz
Liz, there she is. Okay.
Yeah, Mayor Liz Johnson.
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Mayor, that was our last registered speaker.
All right. Let me just check. Do we have anyone else here present who wish to be heard before we close the public comment period? Okay. Since there are no other speakers here, we'll close the public comment period. Before we move to the agenda item, let me just speak to some of what I've heard today. I know we have our corrections chief, Chief Quinones, who is here. I heard some people indicate that there were some persons who may have been subjected to drinking out of a sink or eating molded bread. If we have any dates, times, etc., we will certainly have our chief of corrections look into those circumstances. Okay, we don't want to shy away from that. The second thing that I want to just talk to our community about, first off, what we are seeing happening across the country with ICE is despicable. That is not the America that any of us want. The behaviors that, as a nearly 38-year law enforcement officer, that I've seen ICE engage in across the country is despicable. Law enforcement officers should only use force when it's absolutely necessary. Good, well-trained law enforcement officers are trained to de-escalate force, not to escalate it. And unfortunately, we see the ICE enforcement officers who are not, in my humble opinion, well-trained. I was a certified trainer for many, many years. I taught de-escalation techniques. I was a street cop. I worked at every level, every rank. It is disheartening for me to see what the men and women of ICE are engaging in. But the tone for whatever type of enforcement occurs is set at the top of the organization of what is acceptable or what is not acceptable. You have to hire the right people in the first place. You have to provide them with appropriate training. And then you have to provide them with the appropriate supervision and discipline where necessary to get the type of desired behaviors that you want to see that's consistent with the law, consistent with best practices. We see right before us a complete breakdown of the American law enforcement system that should be concerning to every American. However, the administration that is in power at this time is essentially condoning and almost encouraging the behavior. And as a lawman, that's disheartening to me. We don't want to see, not only in our community, but I don't want to see in any community what we're seeing in Minnesota and other places. We certainly don't want it to come here. In terms of our collaboration or cooperation with the law, with immigration enforcement, we are a subdivision of the state. The state's a subdivision of the nation. Someone mentioned here that we swear to an oath. And I've taken an oath 7 times. That oath is to support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States, and I might add, since we're a subdivision of the state, and the state of Florida, against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Some of what we're seeing, I believe, is adversely impacting the reputation of America around the world. It has damaged the reputation of our own country within our own homeland, where people, I would agree, feel like they're not free anymore. They're afraid. While we don't have many of the calamities that we're seeing in some other places, we don't want it. I don't want it anywhere in America. So we are stronger together than we are standing alone. From an Orange County perspective, we're going to do, my commitment, and I believe the commitment of this entire board, is that we will do what is necessary to protect our community. I can say I always have done that. I always will do that. Nothing has changed in that regard. We will explore what our lawful options are. We are exploring our lawful options. We have not made any decision at this point to not file a lawsuit against the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency or the U.S. Marshal Service or any other federal unit regarding our contractual agreement between us and the federal government with our jail and the detention there. We're exploring our legal options. Now, someone mentioned about the detention facility that has been discussed significantly. The detention facility is today in the city of Orlando. I believe it was yesterday the city of Orlando's attorney opined that they did not believe that the city of Orlando had the authority under the supremacy clause of the United States Constitution, to prohibit the federal government from locating a detention facility in a particular area. Our county attorney is exploring the legal issues centered around that. Until we hear, we'll, at an appropriate time, we'll have that conversation with our Board of County Commissioners about the direction that we will move in. You have to allow us the opportunity to do our due diligence. Time is of the essence because there are some things happening. We do not have any confirmation or affirmation about whether the purported detention facility will open here or not open here. I would encourage our community to continue doing what you're doing, to speak loudly. We're doing what we need to do. I want to reassure you that we're doing what we need to do. Our goal is always to avoid litigation if we have to. If we need to go into litigation, we go into litigation with the purpose of winning. And there are some things that we have to do to make certain that it's just not political theater that we're engaging in. That's not our style here. Some people just engage in political theater. We're serious about the work that we do. We're serious about protecting the people in our community. Am I right about it, commissioners? Yes. Okay. You hear a consistent affirmation here. You know, I've been on the front lines, protecting people. I've been in some difficult situations where I put my life on the line to save other people. Nothing changes with my DNA. I want you to understand that. We take very seriously our responsibility in this community. Best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. There are some things that we want to know, we want to confirm is true. Sometimes there's misinformation that is given. We will hold our personnel accountable. If there's anyone in our jail that is being mistreated and our staff knows about it, we will hold them accountable. We need your help there. I heard someone give some information that they read something that was given to them. They said it was anonymous. In order for us to really adequately investigate that, we need more information. If you can provide whatever you can. No, ma'am. Unfortunately. Okay. What was that? Somebody saying something. Okay. What is your question, ma'am? So I think the question is, how do you protect the identity of the person who might be complaining or have the information? Okay. It has to be we have to have enough information to validate it, okay? And we need to know a little bit more specifics than what we have at this point. Chief Quinones is there. You got to trust us, okay? We're not here, we're not the federal government, we're not here to ignore, we're here to follow up and hold our people accountable. Even if it's staff from one of these other agencies that are mistreating people, we need the information. We will take that information and give it to those who are responsible for those, either law enforcement officers or ICE agents, if it's happening outside. The attorneys who spoke, I would encourage you to continue using the courts. The courts are an appropriate place at times to get justice, okay? Because then people can be forced to speak. They have to speak under oath and a number of other things that have to happen. We're on one accord in that regard. We are not the enemy here. We're not ICE. We didn't create the circumstances that we're living with. Those folk in Minnesota, they didn't create those circumstances. We are in a state right now where the leadership in our state is clearly in partnership with the federal government. That doesn't trickle down to our level, okay? We do what we must, what we lawfully are required to do as a subdivision of the government. We do not want to be complicit in that process, but we need you, okay? When you come in, understand that we're with you. We're not in opposition to what you're doing or what you're saying. We're with you. Don't forget that. It is not okay. It is not okay for what is going on. The only way that evil can flourish is when good people do nothing. We're in it together. Understand that. So I share that with you only from the perspective that as feedback to some of what you've heard. I want you to know I have directed the Orange County Attorney's Office to explore our legal options and to report back. They're doing that. We've directed our jail to look at the data. We are having conversations with the federal authorities on our IGSA agreement. So far, the conversations are moving. That process is moving. Okay. All right, Commissioner.
Just very briefly, and I'm really grateful for the amount of compassion, and I do want to make sure that the speakers today understand that everything you're saying, that we're paying very close attention, taking notes, and doing so much work behind the scenes. If you see circles under all of our eyes, it's because we really do. And to the extent of my team, we went out to the jail. We walked around. We talked to staff. We did not go to every corner, but we certainly spent a great deal of time. And I really support our corrections individuals, which was one of the bases that I had for trying to make sure that we weren't being commandeered by the state or federal government, knowing their hands are full with the criminal justice system that we do have in Orange County without the interference of immigration officials, without the involvement of ICE coming and going. That being said, it's really important for you all to know the difference that our corrections personnel, they're not staying at a hotel in Kissimmee until they're moved to some new city. They are our neighbors and our friends, and they are part of Orange County's team. They were before this administration. Hopefully, if we do a good job retaining, we'll keep a lot of that team. But that being said, there are always bad apples, and I think that having that information, I understand the need for privacy when someone is whistleblowing or trying to alert, but I also want to make sure that you know that we operate in the sunshine, that our jail operates in the sunshine, that it is a service that is provided by Orange County tax dollars in order to make sure that our criminal justice system operates here. So those things are, it was really troubling to hear some of the assertions, and I want to make sure that we have the opportunity at some point, Mayor, to hear, an update about whether or not these numbers are causing some of the stress, or is there something going on with the morale of that team as a result of the increased detentions that we need to address. Because if the legal angles that we're looking at right now are purely fiscal, understanding our limitation in the actual immigration process, we do have an obligation to those personnel, and they are a organized, unionized group, and we want to make sure that we're upholding our contractual obligations to them. And if the outcome of that can, lend itself to poor conditions, we've got to make sure we're getting in front of that. So I want to support what you're saying, Mayor. I want to support what's coming forward, and I want to make sure that doesn't fall on deaf ears. I want to also make sure that you know that the important piece of the conversation that we need to have about the facility, the potential warehouse, the private property, I heard immediately from administration that the mayor tasked our county attorney's office to do the research on that. So thank you for your support in that ongoing understanding of our involvement. We understand that site that has been in the news is located in the city of Orlando, but we do have joint planning agreements. I think the bigger picture question for council would be about the use of Immigration and Customs Enforcement in going through the General Services Administration as part of their lease obligations. And if they do that, then there is a statutory provision for them to work through zoning details with local government. So I was a little bit curious about what everyone said came out today from the city. I'm not familiar with what those exact what the opinion was, but I appreciate the deep investigation that the county is doing, and we promise to get you information as we get it.
So, let me put it this way. We are preparing for litigation if we have to. Now, as an attorney, when you litigate something, you have some strategies that you work through. So we're working through our issues. So I'm just speaking transparently to our community, so you understand that we're preparing for litigation if we must. If we can avoid litigation, that's the ultimate goal. What that looks like is, listen, I know why none of us want to have a ICE detention facility here, because of what we're seeing. We don't, outside of the Orange County Jail, the federal government, what they're doing with their inmates, I think they have a systems problem. They ramped up so quickly. They've taken into custody so many people. The system could not accommodate the deportations that are pending. And so we don't want to be a pawn in the process of where, they're just, like a gerbil on a wheel, just running around, and you don't know where you're going to end up. And I think there's a problem. Our federal government has a problem. And because they have a problem, we have a problem. And our state is in the middle of this, that has passed laws that say if we don't use our best effort, we get removed from office. Now, I don't know how ridiculous that is, but you all elected us, okay? We didn't get appointed. Nobody on this board right now got appointed. We all got elected. by the people. I believe in the power of the people, I don't believe in the people in power, but I believe in the power of the people, you. So you guys you know us better than others know us. You got to kind of trust that we're going to do right by our community. After 45 years of serving this community, you got to trust. I love my community and the people in it. From the shootings, the barricaded gunman situations, the hostage situations, the terror attacks, the weather incidents, the global pandemic, I wasn't sitting at home. In the comfort of my home, I was out. So we have to move on our agenda, but I felt it was necessary to at least let you understand where we are. Okay?
May, can we, is there a timeline that they can expect? Because they'll leave today and they keep,
Well,
keep coming, taking more.
we're kind of looking at the next board meeting, I think that's the 10th of February. Hopefully we'll have enough research done, facts, data, to have a public conversation with every member of our board about where we head, okay? In the interim, I want you to know that if we have to make some kind of emergency decisions, the authority invested in me as the county mayor in emergencies, I will exercise the authority, just like I always have. So things do have to be decent in order to do that, okay? I don't want to see any one of our board members removed from office for frivolous reasons. I don't want to give anybody the ammunition to shoot us in the back. So you're going to have to trust us. Okay. All right. So with that, we're going to move to the consent agenda. I'm going to ask the county attorney, the county administrator, to present the consent agenda.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I just have one item to pull from the consent agenda, and that's item F5, has to do with an adequate public facilities agreement on Hardwick Homes PD. This item is being pulled to be considered concurrently with the matter that is subject of public hearing F7 this afternoon. So again, pulling F5 to be considered this afternoon. And with that, Mayor, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right. With that, is there a
So
motion?
moved, Uribe. Second, Gomez.
A motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. Now, with the action that we just took, part of what you all came in and you talked about was shelters.
Yeah.
Every one of these
This is a good
most recent board actions, we have acquired additional shelter capacity in this community. It's a process, and mind you, without any funding coming from the state of Florida, we are doing what we have to do. And sometimes with criticism, the so-called DOGE audit that we went through, we don't see the results there. But in support of Orange County's ongoing commitment to safety and well-being of our firefighters, there was an item that was, I'm pleased to announce the next steps in our Assistant to the Fire Chief Grant Reimbursement Program, which focuses on firefighter mental health. The job that we're asking the men and women to do in the fire service sometimes creates some strain, some stress. The funding will allow our fire department to partner with the Central Florida Psychology Group, ensuring that every firefighter has access to resources that address the unique mental health challenges faced by many of our first responders. As part of this initiative, Orange County Fire Rescue firefighters and support staff will undergo mental health assessments. These assessments, as a preventative measure, will aim to detect potential issues early so that we can take care of our firefighters and they can take care of their families. Also, the Citizens Commission for Children Division is adding $1.25 million to existing partnerships with 2 nonprofit organizations providing career exploration opportunities for youth. The funds will support paid internships, career training, and other immersive employment experiences that will expose students and young adults to careers that align with their interests. We will likely see nearly 750 people benefit through that program. Also, Orange County will provide close to $1 million in community development block grant funding to offer public services such as services for persons with disabilities and the elderly, as well as job training and placement for low-income individuals. We also will be working through our community development block grant disaster recovery program known as the CDBG DR program. Orange County is partnering with trusted community organizations to deliver services across all districts. The 3 agreements we approved this morning will provide disaster resilience outreach for people experiencing homelessness, relief programs that support self-sufficiency and recovery, and mental health services. I don't have to tell you, but when you see the people who are on our streets, sometimes who are homeless, they have obvious mental illness-related issues, substance abuse issues, sometimes alcoholism or co-occurring issues, and in order to get them back self-reliant in a self-indulgent world, it requires treatment. It requires an investment in their mental health treatment. And so we have a program that will be doing that. And so we are in this community looking at some potential acquisitions of some significant shelter space. We're reviewing that. We're in negotiations, and at an appropriate time, hopefully that will move forward. So we're not blind to what is happening in our community, is what I'm telling you. This board works every day to make this community better. All right, the next thing on our agenda is the discussion agenda, and I'm going to call on Ms. Lisa Sneed.
That item has been
Oh, wait a
scheduled.
minute, that's
Mayor,
right. We rescheduled that one. If I'd just continue reading my notes. That item is going to be brought back on the February the 10th as well. So we'll call on Mr. LaVon Williams, Deputy Director of Community and Family Services, to present an update to the board on our financial empowerment centers that we started and initiated last year. It's an item for general information. No action is being requested today. With that, Ms. Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm taking a moment to steady myself, and I hope that you all are too. And all of our hearts and minds will be clear as I bring you good news of the Financial Empowerment Center that you, as in your leadership, invested in for Orange County residents and employees. I'm here today to share with you the exciting news of the Orange County Financial Empowerment Center. Today's presentation is for your information only. We are not requesting an action, and we're not necessarily seeking board direction, but wanted to just share with you the fruits of your labor. First, let me begin by thanking you, Mayor and Commissioners, for all of your support as we went through the first year of standing up this Financial Empowerment Center. It started as a pilot, and you all embraced it, inviting us out into the community, inviting us to share the word about it, and we appreciate that support. Thank you also to our program implementation partner, Habitat for Humanity of Greater Orlando and Osceola. The team is here. Representatives of the team are here. You can stand so we can thank you for your work. Regina Malicio and Beta Malone Pavina Malone. No, Malone Pavina. There we go. Thank you both. Thank you both. Could not do this without you, and I just want to thank you so much for being a support today as well. So we're going to get started with a little bit of background, or really a backdrop of you, if you will, of how the Financial Empowerment Center came into being and the conditions around it when we started having these discussions. Back in March 2020, along with the globe, our community shut down due to COVID-19 pandemic, which impacted our economy, particularly employment and key industries. To buffer against these impacts, funding was infused into local governments and financial assistance was provided to families and businesses throughout the country. As we learned and gradually came out of the pandemic mode and into recovery, the post-pandemic environment saw reductions in benefits to businesses and families, and we also saw an increase in poverty, individuals in poverty. What poverty had traditionally looked like in terms of people we were serving, we started finding that there were people who were new to the experience of poverty that we were now coming to serve. Mayor, you and the commissioners challenged staff to find methods and resources of revenue to help support our economy and reduce the impact of the pandemic. So the financial empowerment model, which was offered by the Cities for Financial Empowerment, an organization out of New York City, provided an avenue for the county to address financial security of households, as well as to assist employers located in Orange County in providing incentives and benefits for employees. In May 2023, this board authorized American Rescue Planning Act funding to support and bring the Financial Empowerment Center model here to Orange County. That financial investment was over $673,000 that you invested in ARPA funds for the Financial Empowerment Center. And subsequently, the board approved a memorandum of understanding with Cities for Financial Empowerment, an agency contract with Habitat for Humanity of Greater Orlando and Osceola County, and we received grants from the Cities for Financial Empowerment, which this board approved, totaling about $400,000, which replaced our county or supported our county's commitment to the program. So the Financial Empowerment Center is very much a part of the mission of the Community and Family Services Department that oversees the contract model program. It is the embodiment of our motto, where joy lives, hope grows, and help happens. The program seeks to empower and give hope and help to our residents and our employees by helping them recognize financial patterns and habits that are counterproductive to their sustainability, by learning common and personal pitfalls in managing their finances, and in helping them practice sound financial principles over time that will lead to a more stable household. When we have more stable households, we have a more stable undergirded economy here in Orange County. And that's what this is really all about, having a stronger Orange County economy, stabilizing individuals and household finances, and helping families make better and more strategic financial choices here in our county. So the core elements of the model, although the Financial Empowerment Center, is centered around low and moderate income individuals and families, anyone, regardless of income, can benefit from the financial empowerment services of free one-on-one financial counseling. The core elements of the model are to improve the financial stability of families and households and individuals, embed the financial empowerment strategies into local government organization and infrastructure, and to implement innovative programs and policies, and of course, to measure its success. So what exactly is a Financial Empowerment Center? The Financial Empowerment Center is really more of a concept than it is a place. The model program provided by the Cities for Financial Empowerment embeds financial resources, education, counseling, and local government organizations into local government organizational structure. The concept is an extension of government services and is one more way, just one more way, that we support our families and employers here in Orange County. So it does that by providing professional, free, one-on-one financial counseling to anyone that lives or works in Orange County that is 18 years or older and is ready to engage. There are across the nation over 37 open financial empowerment centers nationwide, and the model has existed for over 15 years, having started in New York City. And Orange County's FEC is the very first in Florida. So we're setting trends and setting the standard for other local governments in our state. Let's talk about what the 5 focus areas are for the Financial Empowerment Center. We'll start with banking. We teach our community and the individuals that engage with the Financial Empowerment Center about opening safe bank accounts, how to use bank accounts actively, and we also talk about budgeting, how to really budget, not just guess how much the bills are and when they come in each month or each week, but really think through where we're going in the course of a year. We talk about credit, establishing credit. How do you get it started? Rebuilding and increasing your FICO, and at least by 35 points, FICO score, I should say. And they also get free credit reports, as you can get from your financial institutions. But what this does is it really helps you understand those credit reports and what it can benefit, how it can benefit you as an individual and your household. And then we go into debt, the third pillar, which the goal here is to decrease debt by at least 10% and reduce delinquent accounts. So many people have bad credit just because they don't know they really do have to pay things on time, and it really hurts you over time if you don't do that. Savings, establishing a savings goal. And, whether it's $2, whether it's $200, finding a goal that you can stick with and be consistent with will help in the long run in sustaining our families. And adopting savings behaviors, always paying yourself first, in a sense, and making sure that you're investing in self and family. And then lastly, and a new portion of our Financial Empowerment Center is legacy planning. We help our clients and we help the community review assets, review insurance and titles, establish beneficiaries, and connect to resources to prepare documents. So you can get free documents by connecting with the Financial Empowerment Center. So the structure for the Financial Empowerment Center, just to do a little bit of a deeper dive, is that the convening organization is the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund, and we have cohorts, like I said, over 37 plus in the country that we work with closely on a monthly basis to make sure that we're in step and in line with all the financial empowerment centers throughout the country. And I'd like to brag to say for the one of the newest financial empowerment centers, we are doing quite well. The Orange County Community and Family Services Department, myself, we serve as the local government program manager, and there are others, and I have to thank them for helping me with this process in community and family services. Habitat for Humanity for Greater Orlando and Osceola, Beta Pavone Molina is the program manager, and she does a tremendous job out in the community and working with our counselors. There are 4 counselors listed there with you, and they provide one-on-one counseling to our community. Looking at the sessions and how those sessions are set up, They are provided to our community in English and in Spanish, and we are desiring eventually to have sessions in Creole. The session duration for first sessions, people can expect our individuals who engage and employees that engage with the Financial Empowerment Center can know that that first session is going to be about an hour because it's a get-to-know-you session. And for couples, which, by the way, we do see couples, and we ask you to come together if that's your desire, it could be up to 2 hours. And then that follow-up session can be 45 minutes to an hour. What to expect in the first session: sharing your background information, coming with documents such as bank statements and pay stubs and anything that can give us an idea of your financial position. You provide a FEC overview. You get to set your expectations with your financial counselor. And of course, there's always a consent form when we're dealing with financial matters. We gather information. We do a complete financial health assessment, which citizens or residents and employees that engage with the center get to walk away with. You get to know when you walk out of that first session, where do I stand financially? And then we create a plan and establish some very realistic goals for you, goals that you feel that you can achieve. And then we plan the next steps for follow-up sessions. And then follow-up sessions, we do, let me back up. The first sessions are usually in person, and that is so that you can build a rapport with your counselor. But if by chance that is not convenient for your schedule, you can do virtual sessions as well. The follow-up sessions, as needed, are virtually, and they can occur by phone as well. Most of the clients in the first year do 2 to 3 sessions. We do have some very dedicated clients that are engaging with the Financial Empowerment Center over 6 times, meaning they're coming maybe once every other month. So like I said, the Financial Empowerment Center is more of a concept than it is a location, but because we offer in-person appointments, we worked with our county facilities to find places, because we had to move quickly in that first year, to find places where we could offer those in-person appointments. And so you'll see the list of where those in-person appointments occur. You do have to make an appointment. We don't take walk-ins at those centers. We do encourage you to make an appointment, but if you come in person, we can set the appointment while you're there. So that is an option for you. Virtual appointments are also available, and all appointments can be scheduled through the Habitat for Orlando website, or you can go to orangecountyfec.org. orangefec.org. Thank you. So we engage in beyond the one-on-one counseling. We also engage with the community broadly through building partnerships with entities in the community. The FEC engagement includes everything from community events, tabling opportunities, which many on this board have invited us to, so thank you, promotional workshops and seminars that promote the FEC, and then educational trainings. Oftentimes, Ms. Beta is invited to do, and our counselors are invited to do educational trainings on financial issues in our community. We also have employer workplace meetings where we could literally go into some of our key employers and meet with their employees to teach them about the Financial Empowerment Center and educate them on financial issues. And then there are also networking events. If you would like to engage the Financial Empowerment Center in any of these engagement opportunities, the Beta's number is there, and her email. You're welcome to reach out, and we'll gladly assist you with that. Turning attention to our individual outcomes and achievements, just some of the things that have happened over the first year. In the first year, we've had over 1,000 appointments, now it's over 400 clients participating in the Financial Empowerment Center. 284 of those clients achieved financial outcomes, such as 22% of them reduced non-mortgage debt. 21% increased the amount of savings set aside for the future. And 17% opened a safe, affordable bank account. In total savings, we were able to increase the total savings of our clients together in a tune of $330,000 plus. And in terms of total non-mortgage debt eliminated, in the first year, we've helped our clients eliminate over $543,000 in debt, non-mortgage debt. Our community benefit, we spent a lot of time, because we were ramping up in that first year, focusing on our individual outcomes and our individual benefits from the Financial Empowerment Center. As we move into our second phase, which has now started, we are working on reducing the demand for social services and documenting that reduction. Making better consumers in our community. We have specific outcome measures that we're putting in place so that we can really monitor how the consumer practices are changing in our community and how perhaps the Financial Empowerment Center is adding to that or contributing to that. We're engaging businesses and financial institutions in the financial stability for our households. In other words, government can't do this by ourselves. We need partners, and we're engaging businesses and financial institutions to come alongside us in doing that. And we are looking and working as we stabilize renters and owners, making less transition in our housing status in our community. We have noticed that when people engage with the Financial Empowerment Center, there's at least anecdotal evidence at this point, not enough data that I felt comfortable sharing on this slide, but there's at least some evidence that when people engage with the Financial Empowerment Center, that they become stable in their household situations. So those are some of the kind of things that, as we move forward with the Financial Empowerment Center, that we will begin looking at and providing to you. We know that individuals are benefiting from the FEC, and we've now ramped up, and we are able to get past our first year and into our second year. Some of the areas we are increasing to monitoring I just spoke about. And as we continue the dialogue about the FEC, we hope to not only have qualitative data for you, but bring to you the data and actual evidence of the impact of the service on the community that's coming from our Financial Empowerment Centers. Now here, I have to tell you, there was a wonderful video, but we cannot play it because we don't have access to YouTube anymore. So I can just tell you this young lady shared with us her story, which was basically she found out about the Financial Empowerment Center on Instagram, which we have a lot of social media on our Financial Empowerment Center. She learned about it on Instagram and came and engaged with the Financial Empowerment Center, and as a result was able to really steady herself as a mom of daughters and also teach them the patterns that she was learning from her financial counselor. And she is just one of the many examples of great stories that we have for the Financial Empowerment Center. We will be sending you this video so that you can see that story because it was a wonderful, powerful testimony, but I won't belabor this today just because we don't have the access, so I'm sorry. I also want to share with you that there is something new. We are new to Orange County. We just found out last week that we received a grant award from the Cities for Financial Empowerment for a 2-year planning grant. The Fire Rescue Office of Emergency Management and the Community and Family Services Office Department, I do know what we are, department, jointly submitted a grant to CFE to further incorporate the financial empowerment into our emergency outreach procedures. And so the county's comprehensive emergency management plan will be infused with financial empowerment so that we can provide services that will help coordinate and prepare individuals and households for both pre and post disruption or disaster. So as we are talking about get ready for a hurricane, so to speak, or any other disruption, we'll be able to tell our citizens how they can get themselves ready financially. And we'll have that embedded into our emergency management procedures. We hope to be coming back to you with an MOU shortly to embody this award. But we are very, very, very excited and very, very thankful to Office of Emergency Management for their collaboration in this grant award. So we're coming down towards the end, and so it's important for us to talk about the sustainability of the Financial Empowerment Center. Having a successful year behind us, we are able to focus more now on growing community partnerships and to sustain, I can get it out, to sustain the model. As we are preparing for upcoming budget, we are evaluating and discussing the sustainability of the center and whether it continues to be an important component of the core business of community and family services. We are not only looking at the returns for the individuals that utilize the program, but we are examining whether the long-term benefit exists for the entire community. Orange County's initial investment of over $673,000 was a significant infusion into the program using federal dollars in the first year. The second year of the program is funded at a slightly less amount, around $500,000. We are evaluating and securing grant funds for the third year, 2027. We'll come back to this board both in briefings and in updates on our progress, and staff will submit recommendations as to how we want to continue to sustain the program and what that really means to the overall county community. The sustainability of FEC is very dependent, however, on local government support, both administratively and financially. So with that, Mayor and Commissioners, let me again say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your support. This presentation, again, is just for your information only. We hope it encourages you, and we hope that it also inspires you to continue the great work that we're doing. We don't need any action today, and we're not necessarily looking for any specific direction. We just thank you for your support. This concludes the update, and Mayor, if there are any questions, I'll be glad to take them at this time.
Okay, great. There are questions. We'll start with Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. I like that you're color coordinated with the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you.
It's the details, right? That's awesome. And thank you for, I think, the reminder of the good work. I agree with you. This was an important presentation following our emotional discussion this morning. I did have a couple of quick questions, and one actually stemmed from a public comment this morning about individuals in our area that we understand are considered sometimes unsheltered, but are frequently sleeping overnight in hotels for what would accumulatively be more than the cost of rent. And I actually spoke with one of these individuals a couple weeks ago and asked about it because I said that's got to be so expensive, but it came down to credit, and that they could not get through. They were evicted at some point and they couldn't get through that process. And so my question really was about referrals to and from our other providers about how to get out of that credit hole. Because quite frankly, this is somebody that I met on their job. They were working, and she was going to finish there and go to her second job. And so to hear that she had a stable income but hadn't been able to repair her credit score enough to be able to apply for stable housing, and I don't know if she would have thought this was appropriate for her by seeing sort of that this looks like for somebody that has some finances to manage, right? So just a question about that, and then I had a quick follow-up question after this one.
Well, thank you so much for that lead-in, because that reminds me of something I forgot to say, that we have served people with no income all the way up to people who have 85,000 plus in individual income. So it doesn't matter. If you come to the Financial Empowerment Center and your heart is ready and you have us bring your whatever documents you have, the counselors will help you come up with a plan to hopefully financially stabilize your situation.
And that is great news. I think we just need to maybe, and I mean, part of this falls on us, right? But to word this in more than one way, because I know the Financial Empowerment Center is the name of the program, but we really need to be able to frame it as a little more than that, and so we can try to get creative in our sharing in our newsletters and social media posts. My second question was about locations. It looks like all the locations are downtown or out east. There are people struggling, and I did a quick search on directions because we have a lot of those folks I just described sort of in that 1792 corridor. It's a 45-minute drive to the closest financial empowerment centers from that Four Corners area. And I know there's virtual, I understand that, but I do also think that there's something nice about having things that are within reach that you can sit down and meet somebody, especially when you're talking about sensitive financial information. So was there a reason for the locations being so centralized and out east? And is there an opportunity to potentially go to areas that we know are growing population that have financial concerns that are near our biggest employers that could really use this assistance?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. You're just teeing me up exactly today, so thank you. The locations, as I said earlier, is in the first year, we went to the easiest places to get to, which were our county-owned facilities. But we are currently in negotiations and working with businesses, employers, financial institutions to hopefully house counselors at their locations so that we can be wherever citizens need us in the county. So they may not be in a county facility in the future, but they may be.
That's okay. That's how I do my office hours. I do my office hours if I can be in a clubhouse somewhere, if I can be in a coffee shop somewhere, or like sometimes I go to, one of our business partners. And so I think that's exactly how we meet people where they are, and I really appreciate that. And if we can assist where we've had some of the conversations or where I believe it would be the most beneficial, I would love to have the conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. We will reach out.
Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Levon, congratulations to you and your team. All your success is our community's wins, so it makes an impact throughout our whole community. I had a similar question to Commissioner Wilson regarding locations and increased access and outreach. And of course, I know that those words both come with dollar signs, right? That if you increase locations and access and outreach, we need additional funding. But I was also hoping to get some more locations in some of the critical areas that are kind of like a resource desert, and I know that you said, Commissioner Wilson, that they're out east, but in Bithlo there's east of you. But like if we could go, we've got the Neighborhood Center for Families that is out there. We have the Bithlo Community Center. Head Start is right there in that center, and that would be a great location for this. And then also just thinking of the youth and UCF, a lot of them, when a lot of them struggle in today's world of trying to pay their bills, and they don't necessarily come out with the financial resources or skill set that they can to navigate those difficult financial decisions. And if there was a way to incorporate the youth segment, because they're our next generation and young adults and facing hard times as well. So that would just be my however we can help you, we will help advocate, do all we can to get increased locations and access.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Those are all wonderful ideas, and we are working to get in the Bithlo area. So we're just working out the details of how we can get over there. But UCF I hadn't thought about, or Full Sail, or any of those other
all
places.
The universities and Valencia,
And Valencia.
And this is something that is a little bit sideways. And I talked to my team about it, and we were like, oh, maybe it doesn't fit into this program. But, at UCF now, because college athletes are allowed to receive payments, and many of them go from conditions of very hardship to all of a sudden I'm making a lot of money and I'm 18 or 19 years old. And I know that this is for vulnerable families, but many come from vulnerable families without a financial resource. So, as the program expands, perhaps there's opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Lavon, for the presentation and the updates. I have a simple question. Actually, two questions. In the slide number 13, the individual outcomes and achievement, it says that over 1,000 sessions since November 2024, right? So these are the numbers, the achieve and outcomes. Are these from those 1,000 sessions that you serve? Okay, up
Yes.
to now, I saw that it says January 20, okay, so up to now, that's the numbers, right?
Yes, when we pulled them on the 21st. We know we're over that now. Just a week makes a big difference.
Yeah.
But yes, these numbers are as of the 21st. 1,122 sessions, about 400 clients having participated with 4 counselors.
Okay. Okay, so we good. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for the information. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Uribe.
Ms. Lavon, I think Commissioner Moore and I were there the day that you guys kicked this off, which was really amazing, and I appreciate everything that this is doing, and we've promoted it for you guys. But I've also we've taken record of what some of the concerns, financial concerns we get at the office. And I wanted to bring those to see, I don't think you obviously pivot from your program, but offering additional resources. One, many people do not well, there's legislative change. I know on medical debt, that was a big change that took place last year. And a lot of times, people who are uninsured go to the doctors and they say, oh, well, or go to the ER and don't worry about it. And there's a serious implication of medical debt on people's financial scores now that weren't as prevalent, 5 years ago. And I think that knowledge is very important. I have actually seen someone with as little as like $100 bill, not even knowing that they could make arrangements to pay $5 a month, It's that concept of when you completely cut them off and don't answer that. But we've also been getting a lot of calls on unexpected death planning. No one is ever really prepared on how, when they have a family member or a close friend or someone that they are involved with, on how to handle death planning. And we've had people think that the county has resources for, from everything from grave cemeteries to what's it called? When the ashes, cremation. Oh my gosh, it's just like cremation, and even the county actually charges a fee to do that. And I have had multiple constituents who've had people pass away where it took a long time to get the ashes and this and that, and people aren't really prepared for that, and that impacts financially on them also. And then last but not least, 2 other things is we see a lot of predatory student loans, okay? That is something actually Commissioner Scott has been very open about. We won't mention the institution that he says it took him. But we're seeing more and more of that really be predatory on our young people, And recently we even saw in the news certain schools are being investigated for these predatory loans and the amount of debt and what that really means. Yeah, it sounds great when they'll give you $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, but that doesn't go away. And we've also seen, national legislation say we're not wiping it out either. And then lastly is consideration of life insurance when you have children and dependents. That is another one that we have sadly seen. We had a constituent whose husband died unexpectedly. She had 2 children. she was evicted. Her life completely turned upside down. And no, these are a lot of times not fun things to talk about, but they're things that happen in life that can really financially change your household in an instant. And I'm not saying that this program actually pivots there, but has that conversation and option for people to maybe go and gather, or other agencies that do offer more estate planning and things like that. We've seen people wait and wait and wait years to clear estates that they're the only dependent, but probate and this and that no one ever thinks about, nobody really wants to talk about. And I will just say, in my culture, my parents were super planners. My parents had the cemetery paid for, the plot and all that. But normally it is not. But my husband's culture, we lost his parents, both parents, in 2 years, and we were not prepared. It took a financial strain on our family when we lost his mother and then his father. And luckily, we were in a position to be able to handle that. But most people have no clue. And what that means, not only financially, that impact to that household, but the cost to get their affairs in order and the legality of what happens. And we've had multiple people over the years continuously call our office asking for help. And just sadly, we even had someone literally leave ashes at our Pine Castle Historic Cemetery because they just didn't know what to do with it. And that's very sad to hear and see that happens. So just...
Well, Commissioner, the good news is we have added legacy planning to the Financial Empowerment Center, so we can help guide
I'm just trying to pre-plan. I think guiding
yes,
is...
we can guide with pre-planning
Yeah.
and even get them in, while our financial counselors are not attorneys, and you know that in the state of Florida, a lot of that has to be done by attorneys. We do get them all the way up until the unauthorized practice of law. We cannot do that, but we do provide guidance and provide information to families to help them plan. So if you will share, we'll share that information with you so you can direct them to the Financial Empowerment
Well, and maybe
Centers.
this is where legal aid can also assist us, because we've had too many people come in with that situation recently. It just seems like it's been more recently than before, and they're clueless. And we've had to step in and help individuals who just were completely lost. Especially, this woman lost her husband, and he was the main breadwinner, caretaker, owned his own business. She didn't even know what to do with his business. That's how bad it was. He was in his 40s. When he went to the hospital, they never thought he'd not come back. So,
Wow.
okay.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
We'll get that information to you.
All right, LaVon Williams, in addition to being a planner, she is Esquire. She's an attorney as well, so I heard the attorney part come out today. So thank you, great presentation. We look forward to continuing to serve our community in that way.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your support.
Fantastic. And before we break for lunch, it's Commissioner Gomez Cordero. How do you say, how old are you in Spanish? Okay. So, how many? Okay. 25. Oh, 25. That's wow. Wow, that's way behind me. All right, so are y'all ready? We'll sing happy birthday.
Let's do it.
All right.
Clear the room this way.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Commissioner. Happy birthday to you. All right. We wish you many more. Where's the cake? Where's the ice cream? All right. All right. We will go into recess and we'll return at 2 p.m. for the afternoon session. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome all of you back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of January the 27th, 2026. We are now in the afternoon session. We'll start this session with our Board of Zoning Adjustment recommendations, and I'm going to call on Ms. Lakin O'Hara, who will come forward from our Planning and Zoning Division to present this item. With that, you're recognized.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On January 8th, 2026, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 9 cases. 8 cases were recommended for approval. 1 case was continued to the April 2nd, 2026 BZA hearing. The BZA appeal deadline was on Friday, January 23rd, and no appeals were received. So with the exception of case VA 2509042, which was continued, we request that the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
All right. If there are no items to be pulled, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Second, Gomez.
Commissioner Uribe is the motioner, and
More.
Commissioner Moore got hers completely out.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Gomez Cordero, you almost got it out.
it.
All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries, and it is unanimous with Commissioner Michael Scott absent on this item. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, and this is the budget amendment. We'll open up this for public hearing. I want to call on Mr. Kurt Peterson, the Director of our Office of Management and Budget, who will be framing this item. With that, Mr. Peterson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
I'm here to present the annual budget amendment that we do this time every January to go ahead and reconcile our books for the new fiscal year and kind of what I call close out the prior fiscal year. So in accordance with Section 129.062F Florida statutes, the following amendments are being considered. The first is the fund balance, or what we commonly refer to as cash brought forward. It amends the adopted budget for the difference between actual and estimated cash brought forward with adjustments allocated between personnel, operating expenses, capital, and reserves. And then encumbrance rollovers, where we adjust the budget for prior year funding commitments for purchases not received prior to October 1st, 2025 that will be paid from the fiscal year 2026 budget. And then grant rollovers, where we roll over unexpended grant funding to the new fiscal year to continue grant programs. And then finally, capital improvement rebudgets, where we rebudget a capital funding that was not expended in the prior year in order to continue those approved projects. So adjustments we made in the annual amendment focus on really 3 areas: update the cash balances, rebudget unspent funding in the prior fiscal year required to complete projects and services, and adjustments for unanticipated item and cost increases incurring after the budget was adopted that started October. So the total adopted budget that the board approved in September, that started October 1st, was $8.3 billion. The current budget after those encumbrance rollovers, grant rollovers, and then other grant budget adjustments that occurred. The current budget right now is $9.3 billion. Of that, $454 million were encumbrance rollovers, $447 million were grant rollovers, and the remaining $99 million was other budget amendments that have come to this board, most of that being a TDT bond refunding that occurred in November 2025. So after this budget amendment today, the budget will be a total of $9.7 billion. This is a chart. I like to break down the budget every year just to show you how the different revenue sources that are in the county. So we have over 333 specific funding sources in the county, which 122 are grant funds. Special revenue funds, that green part of $3.4 billion, those are, and I'll get in this a little bit more in a second, but those are our special restricted funds like the fire MSTU, the sheriff MSTU, the building fund, and various other restricted revenues we have. Then we have the enterprise funds, which are like businesses, which is the convention center and utilities. And then we have the general fund, which is used for general countywide services. And then we have the capital projects funds, which those are impact fees, the ad valorem construction fund, and some of those transportation developer funds. And then we have two debt service funds, which is sales tax and public service tax, and then the internal service funds, which are risk management, fleet management, and medical benefits, which are internal service items. So kind of looking at this as a whole, we have 19% of the county budget is general revenue. And then the rest of the 80 of the funding is restricted revenues. So as you can see, a lot of the county budget is restricted for various purposes. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, these are some of the restricted revenues that the county has that can only be used for these specific purposes. So we cannot use them for a variety of just needs that are in the county. These can only be used for what they're specified for. So, but then you get to the general fund, which is only 19% of the budget. If you look at it on a dollar basis, 38 cents of a dollar of the general fund goes towards sheriff and corrections. So that's the largest part of what per dollar that you spend in the general fund. Then the next category broken out is planning, environmental development, and housing. That's 8 cents. Most of that being housing funding for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that's actually in that. Even so it's restricted, it's funded through the general fund. And then the next is constitutional officers. That's about 7 cents, and that's for supervisor of election, tax collector, property appraiser, comptroller, and some court funding that's also in that category. And then you have community and family services at 7 cents, and the reserves at 8 cents. And then the next, the greenish highlighted area, that's links. Our contribution to fund links is about 6 cents of the dollar. And then you have admin and fiscal services, 5 cents, most of that being the IT cost for the entire county. And then admin services, most of that being facilities, the cost to maintain the facilities in the county. And then we have health services. And then the last column, the 11 cents, that is just the other services in the county. Interfund transfer, a big part of that is the contribution to the iDrive CRA. And then another big part is funding for some of the required court technology and other court expenses that we have there too. And then you'll see Sunrail, which started this last year, which in Office of Emergency Management, that makes up about 1 cent. So I just wanted to provide this year that kind of a breakdown of the general fund. This chart just shows how the budget is allocated for various categories. You'll see almost all of it between personal operating and capital, and then capital improvements. And then we have about 24% of countywide reserves, which includes restricted reserves for the enterprise funds. So now moving on, looking at how the general fund ended, we ended with a positive $33.4 million adjustment, which is about 2.1% of the general funds. So revenues came in a little higher in ad valorem, interest, and excess fees. And then on the expense side, we had some staff vacancies and other countywide savings. So we ended up, with that $33.4 million positive adjustment. So that funding is being proposed to be allocated as the following. Well, first off, you'll see the $33.4 million in cash. We had some other revenue adjustments of $3.2 million, which brings us to $36.6 million. The adjustments we're looking at to balance the fund: corrections, $5 million for estimated overtime and compression increase. Rebudgets are $3.5 million. Lease assets, more of an accounting adjustment for budgeting long-term leases of $2.8 million. A National Entrepreneurship Center reallocation or relocation of funding advance for them of $2.4 million. Court technology transfer of $1.5 million to cover some court technology costs. And then the Innovation Center startup operating and equipment expenses of about $600,000, and then some other net adjustments of $1.2 million. We're leaving the remaining to go into reserves of $19.6 million, which brings our reserves up to 8.4%, or $144.3 million. And as we know that we need to have sufficient reserves in case we have unanticipated expenses that come up the year, such as natural disasters. This reserves level, $144.3 million, is approximately about 1 month, or about 1 month of operating expenses it would cover, looking at it that way. So in the end, if we'd like the board to approve the 4 items on the screen: the fund balance amendment, encumbrance rollovers, grant rollovers, and the capital improvement rebudgets. So Mayor, I'll turn the floor to you for any public comment, any board comments, and they approve the items.
All right. Before we go to comments by members of the board, this is an administrative item that we bring forward to balance our budget sheets. But I'll open it up for any public comment at this time, and then we'll go to comments by the members of the board. So do we have members of the public who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay. Then we'll close the public hearing portion of the meeting, and we'll transition to questions by members of the board. One of the kind of questions that was kind of wanted some clarity on here, I know the answer, but when you talked about the overall budget, and oftentimes when we talk about public safety and the cost to the taxpayers to provide public safety, we will include fire and the sheriff and corrections into that. But your conversation today kind of explained to them when you talked about the general fund versus the restricted funds. I think a couple of commissioners wanted some clarity on that.
As far as, yeah, so the restricted funds, they're by ordinance or law, they're only required. The requirement is to use those on very specific purpose. So like the fire MSTU, when we created that, that's for unincorporated Orange County. It can only be used for fire services. We can't use it for anything else, and that's what's used to fund the fire service. Same with the sheriff. When we create that unincorporated MSTU, it's created to fund the sheriff's office. Now, that one only funds a little over half of the sheriff's budget because they do provide some incorporated services like the courthouse. So that actually gets transferred into the general fund, but it actually goes out because we also have to use the general fund to cover them. But there are many others like the tourist development tax, which is part of a restricted fund that can only be used for what the law says it can be used for. So, but when you look at all those restricted sources, it makes up most of the budget, which only leaves countywide ad valorem, and then we're able to transfer in some sales tax, but most of that funds the Transportation Trust Fund. So there are many factors involved in coming up with the budget, which makes us have limited resources to fund various things that come up, such as, you know, some housing needs, general countywide things like animal services, those type of things we have to fund out of the general fund, or fees. And traditionally, our Orange County's fees have been fairly low on a lot of things. There are some other jurisdictions that may charge assessments or fees. Ours focuses more on property taxes to fund a lot of our services. Mayor, that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And just to provide some additional feedback, since we have members of the public present here, you all have heard a lot about the potential for some type of property tax reform coming out of the legislative process. That can only happen if there's an actual referendum that goes to the ballot in which there's a high bar, 60% plus of the electorate will have to vote for that in November of this year in order to do what is being proposed, at least now, by the legislature. But it comes with some challenges because some of the conversation at this point by the legislature is to have the reform related to the non-school ad valorem, and that means these other taxes that we're talking about now will be in play. But then on top of that, they're saying they would carve out first responders, in other words, a public safety, and that hasn't been really clearly defined. Typically, you will be talking about law enforcement and fire and maybe corrections. So when you do that, if you take those out, the general fund, that's the general purpose funds that we have to do everything else with. So if you're tracking what I'm saying, when you hear this conversation about general fund for our electorate, that is what would be left to do to provide all of those other services that would not be carved out, like public safety. And that puts a lot of pressure on us if the total tax revenues that we have that will be exempted out would be the general fund. And so anyway, that's just the conversation now. We want you to understand that the mechanics of how this works, if there is property tax reform, your county, your local governments will have less money to do the non-restricted items and provide those services, like provide for homelessness-related services, provide for some of the other things that we do, including the Housing Trust Fund that Kurt just mentioned to you. To do all of those other things, we will have to make that up from somewhere else that is undetermined at this point. So we've been working with the Florida Association of Counties, monitoring the conversations in Tallahassee, and we won't know what is finalized until after the session is over. So we'll be keeping our public informed as we move forward about the nuances and what that really means to you, one, in the delivery of services, and then what it means to you in terms of what you pay if you own real estate, homesteaded property, what that means to you if there were any type of savings. Okay. All right, with that, I'm going to go to members of the board. Commissioner Wilson, followed by Commissioner Moore, then Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Wilson, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kurt. I know we talked about this a little bit during my briefing. I was also up in Tallahassee and actually gave comment at the hearing where they discussed one of the several property tax reform bills that's moving forward. And it did move forward, even though there were some excellent questions being asked by a handful of the members. But just to give you an indication of sort of what I think the counties were trying to say, I really feel like, if you'll go back to slide number 8, just so that we can, I think slide 7 and slide 8, between the two of those, yes. So slide 7, it's very interesting because one of the questions that came up about services and they didn't even get as technical as what we do very often about even minor adjustments. But the idea of restricted funds, that there's not a discretionary use here, that they come into this bucket, go out for their intended use, period. And that when I fear that the colloquial idea of budget is expenditures. So when you see, well, their budget has gone up, well, that is what comes in and goes out. And so understanding that as a county and seeing exactly what that means, because yes, if they carve out fire personnel, which is what they were saying, and they did actually kind of narrow it to personnel. And my question was, well, how are the fire trucks going to get to the fire? And will there be fire trucks included? And they didn't have any answers to any of those things. And so sort of understanding the importance of local government budgeting and the level of specificity for these expenditures and the amount of oversight for these expenditures, you know, my ask is that we all here, and of course anybody that's listening today, continues to try to make sure people understand what we're talking about. Because I think when I say things like, well, our budget includes our constitutional officers, people are like, who's that and what's that? So go to the next slide. So you see right there, you know, sort of smack in a big chunk of that dollar are our constitutional officers, and we don't have any discretion about what is needed for our property appraiser, our tax collector, our supervisor of elections. We know they need to be compensated. That is part of their constitutional duty, and we are essentially the mechanism for that to happen. And so for them to not have a plan for how we move forward with that it's alarming, but it also shows a level of opportunity for education and an opportunity for us. I will continue to lean on you for your expertise and make sure that I'm turning around and getting all this information out as many times as I can. And, you know, if it's okay, I want to share this slide. I think it's such an important thing to see it broken down in a way that makes sense to people, because then I can explain, so when you see constitutional officers, what that means. And we do not have discretion. Those offices need to be supported in their full capacity. So thank you. It really wasn't a question. I just wanted to make sure that we were trying to, it was quick, it was a lot of information, and that we're getting into the importance of what you do every day as we move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
Yes, thank you. To continue along with my two colleagues before I get to my questions, do you have any idea, because I know when Seminole County was responding to the DOJ audit and their increased expenses, they pointed to, you know, the unfunded mandates. And clearly, Commissioner Wilson mentioned constitutional officers. I still recall when they come in, the leaders come in to talk to us to get their budgets approved. There were many line items there that were big costs that were not being borne by the state. So have you ever, or your department ever sat down to give us a little more detail on what those unfunded mandates are, like Seminole County mentioned?
We have pulled some of that information together. It's a little difficult to an organization our size because the budget's not really set up mandate versus non-mandate. It gets kind of commingled, but we can provide you some information in general, like animal services. We're required to have animal services, but we're not required to have adoption services. So there's some mix in there. That happens, but we can kind of say, well, we're required to have animal service. This is the cost of it. That's just an example, but we have kind of gone through some of that exercise. I can share that with the board, what we kind of put together, because that's a question the Florida Association of Counties sent us, and we did the best we could to provide that information back to them as far as what is mandated, that we have to fund, like the constitutional offices, that we're required to fund those, and how much would that cost, or how much is that costing us? There's many costs, Medicaid contributions, a medical examiner's office. There are many services that we provide that we are required to fund. I wish I had a slide I could go through them on here, but I do have something, Commissioner, I can provide each one of you.
But I think that would be helpful. And I could think of one with FHP when they weren't able to service victims of accidents, and the wait times were increasing. The Orange County Sheriff started a program for minor fender benders. So that would be, a cost. And I can also, tell you from my school board days, 50% of all the transportation fees for bus drivers and what have you are not funded. That has to come out of school board general funds. So it'd be interesting to put all of that together. All right, but to your report, you mentioned lease assets at $2.8 million. Could you put a little more into that? So I'm just not clear on what you're referencing.
So that one, we had to, that's an accounting adjustment. So GASB requires now for us to show the long-term lease on the books. And so that's one lease. We probably have over $40 million that's in the budget to show as leases. But that's one that came up after the budget was adopted that we needed to include in the budget. It's actually on the revenue side and the expense side. So it's a wash. It's a non-cash transaction. It's just something we're required to report out on.
Okay, because I hadn't really heard of that before. All right, in terms of, I think it was great, we were only off, 2-point-something%, so congratulations to your department for being conservative budgeters. And we know there are a lot of things going on in the world right now. What are we doing in terms of sales tax? Have you seen where that stream of income, is it level compared to last year, or how are we doing?
It's coming in fairly flat. And it did last year. It came in the year before. It may have come in slightly down this last year. The year before, it came in like 5% down, believe it or not, for sales tax or that we're receiving. And it's coming in pretty flat this year so far. So we don't expect, a big bump in sales tax revenue that we receive from the state.
That's interesting, yet we're doing okay on TDT. So that would be a
TDT is
conversation
doing
for
better.
another day, why TDT is going up, yet sales tax is
Well,
flat.
TDT is based off the hotel sales, so that sector is doing much better than, I guess, overall consumer goods sales, which is kind of flattened out.
Well, I'd love to talk about that more. And then I guess I'm going back to sales tax, my final note that I had here. You mentioned fees, that we try to keep the fees down a little bit for our folks, and then we allow our property taxes to make up the difference. So do you have any sense, if we end up with this cut in our property tax, which fees could potentially have to be raised?
Well, that's something, we would definitely have to look at, as a board and all the departments, as far as what fees we have out there, whether we need to increase those. Even special assessments, a lot of counties do fire special assessments to run their fire department. We do not do that here. We do it all through property tax. And some do a hybrid. I think Osceola does a hybrid where they do a fire assessment and then they have an ad valorem too. So that's something, the county may end up having to look at, doing something like that if property taxes get rolled back.
So when you say a fee, are you saying a flat rate that everyone pays every year for fire, or are you saying if you need the fire truck, you're going to get a bill?
No, it would be a flat rate based on commercial or residential. There's a methodology that's used to determine what an assessment would be, a fire assessment.
And I'm sure there are rules governing how that process goes and the length of time. How long does that take? Because I don't know how long they would give us when they immediately change our budget.
Yeah, a study would have to be done. We'd most likely have to hire a consultant to come up with it. We did look at that over 10 years ago. I'm trying to remember when it was, and the board decided not to do a special assessment, keep just an ad valorem rate. But that's something that it would take a little bit of time to come up with something like that.
Well, anyway, this doesn't have to do with your rebudgets. Thank you, all being at the 2%. Sorry, we're throwing in a little
That's
politics
fine.
on our budgets, but thank you for being conservative, and these rebudgets every year have been really pretty small, so thank you for you and your department's work on that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And Commissioner Moore, I wanted to add, when you talk about unfunded mandates, the state increased what we contribute to the Florida retirement system per employee. We didn't get to participate in that conversation. And they passed a law that said that by the fall of this past year, all local governments had to have a plan to deal with homelessness. And of course, in order to get people off the streets, and you got to put them into housing, and there's a cost to doing that. And there was effectively there were no funds made available from the state for us to be able to do that, and it is very costly. All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Kurt, can you describe a little bit more that $5 million to corrections? Because, as we were talking about this issue of ICE and immigration and holding and so forth, can you explain a little on that one?
Yeah, so when we started this process here, we always kind of look at to see what budgets are tight, to make sure we're good to go for the remainder of the fiscal year. And corrections looked at their overtime spending and felt that, based off their projections moving forward, based off what they're currently spending in overtime, that they're going to need, additional overtime funding to get them through the end of the year. And some of that is because they're still having to fill posts because they're trying to hire. They had a higher vacancy, and now that their salaries are aligned a little higher, they're trying to get people through training and all so they could fill those posts, but they're not there yet. So they're having to still do mandatory overtime to cover that cost. So when they ran their projections, it was close to $5 million more that they're going to need to they feel to get through the end of the fiscal year. If not, they would be coming back at the end of the fiscal year asking for the money, and they're trying to project that out right now. So.
Okay. So you're saying if they don't use it, we'll get it back?
Yeah, so if they don't use it, that will
We'll
come
use it
back
all.
as cash brought forward for the
Okay.
next fiscal year.
And have we ever reviewed, we start seeing the rising cost of medical, right? Our deductibles have gone up, our per visits have gone up, and yet we're still paying a lot, and the county's also compensating. When we look at these extra funds that come in, have we ever done any comprehensive look at what we can do to help the employees of Orange County with the rising medical costs?
Well, there are things that the medical benefits committee is looking at. The good news is actually for the medical benefits fund, the last 2 years, medical claim expenses has only gone up 3%. As far as not what we're paying, but the cost. Now this year so far, I've looked at, because I track that monthly. Those costs have gone up. But we have been able to hold the premium steady for this year because of that healthy fund, and I'm hoping we're 27 we'll be able to again maintain with no premium increase.
Okay, but have we ever really revisited that? Because when you look at seeing what other governments are doing and how they're separating off, and even it's something that the fire department's looking at, we're paying an exorbitant amount, and we're still, as employees, are still paying quite a bit out of pocket.
We're actually better than most others. We really are.
Well, we still haven't really comprehensively looked at the clinics and compensating and how much money that has saved. I know that previously there was conversations of doing that, but quality of care, access to medication, all of those things is what I look at, not just what our providers providing us. At overall, what is happening nationally because of rising costs, and who is taking most of those funds. And I know since we've been here, and I've only been here since 2018, I pay more and get less. So, and I'm just one of, and I've got a family of 4 and so forth. But it would be nice to start, I know we do a lot of services and we give a lot, support a lot, but it would be nice to also look comprehensively at how we can help our own employees who work for us. And I think it's a viable thing to look at in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not a lot of money, but there's different ways to do some of these things.
Yeah, Byron was saying, I know they are looking at clinics, HR and the Medical Benefits Committee, they are, exploring that as an option to look at, see if that is something that would help the county out.
Also, I feel like you got to have the full conversation when you ask, what are we doing to help our employees? We've increased the pay significantly, so that they can afford to pay additional funds for medical. So you got to look at it in I think the broader sense. We've done a number of things to make certain that our employees can afford,
Yeah, but Mayor, I
to
don't
the extent
agree
we
that
can.
paying more so they can cover higher medical is a solution.
But he just told you also the cost, our cost went up by 3%, and we
That's
didn't
why I'm
pass,
saying
and we
us.
did not pass that along to employees. So what are we doing? We're not passing along costs, but we're still providing that benefit. So that's the fair part of that conversation. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kurt, for the information. I just have a question in slide number 12 of the general funds reserve. You said currently we have 124 million. The proposed one is 144. But then you said that will cover a month of operation. That's what you mean?
Yeah, potentially, if that amount of reserves that's in there, 144, that's about a month's worth of operating expenses. It fluctuates per month, but for the general fund as a total, that's about a month's worth. A little over 100 million we spend a month in general fund.
In general
Yeah.
funds? Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciated the conceptual where you can see the dollar. That was helpful. If I were to be trying to conceptualize a graph right now, like a line graph where you could see the expected tax collection coming in versus government-related cost of services or supplies, do we see? Are we forecasting any type of trends or anything? Like, are we going to begin to see that if collection is stagnating but costs are rising? Where can you describe maybe what you might forecast?
Yeah, so we do track monthly, and we have line charts, as you described, on kind of how revenues are coming in. Now, as far as we have models, what we did, I don't know if you remember, and I will be presenting it again to you all, I'm sure, at this work session, of revenues versus expenses and what gaps do we have. We do foresee in the next a few years out that we're going to have a gap. We will not have enough revenues to cover our expenses in the general fund because we right now are starting to subsidize the general fund with sales tax revenue. Well, we're using sales tax to fund the Transportation Trust Fund. So we're eventually, based off the growth rates that you're mentioning, we're coming to a point where expenses then start exceeding revenues. And so we do track charts like that, and I have one. I'll be happy to share that with you. In fact, I definitely will, as we enter the next budget process, show you kind of where we stand, where our long-term projections are. Now, that is just going to get even worse if we have to roll back taxes farther, because that gap's going to grow.
Right.
Yeah.
So if I were to be doing like a time series, where would I be looking at that gap becoming no longer sustainable?
Fiscal year 29-30 is when we reach that crossing point.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, those are all of the questions. Do we have a potential motion?
Second, Gomez?
And that is for the action that is on the screen before us. We have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And so now we'll move to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon. Thank you, Kurt and team, which is a shoreline alteration and dredge and fill. Item B2, we'll open a public hearing on this item, and Mr. Tim Hall from our Environmental Programs Office will be framing this item. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I'm presenting a shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit request number SADF 2509026 for applicant Allison L. Davis Revocable Trust for a replacement vinyl seawall. Here is a location map. The property is located at 9194 Bay Point Drive in Orlando, Florida 32819 on the shoreline of Lake Tibbet-Butler. Here is an aerial photo with the subject property outlined in yellow and some existing conditions photos. There's an existing unpermitted wooden seawall that you can see in the photos there. It is in poor condition. EPD was unable to determine if the seawall predates the adoption of the applicable code. However, it appears to have been in place since approximately 2001 and was installed by previous property owners. Here is the site plan with the replacement vinyl seawall highlighted in red. The applicant is proposing to install approximately 91 feet of vinyl seawall directly in front of the existing seawall. Both neighboring properties have seawalls, and there are other seawalls present on Lake Tibbet-Butler. The proposed replacement seawall will have 8-foot returns on each side. Here's a cross-section of the seawall. Based on prior board direction, native plantings and riprap are normally required. Therefore, the applicant is proposing to install both riprap and native plants in front of the replacement wall. And additionally, in order to offset potential impacts to the cypress trees and knees that are present in that area, EPD will be requiring 3 additional cypress tree plantings. So considerations for you: the project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129, and the conditions and criteria of issuance therein. We did notify the public within 500 feet of the project, and we received no objections. And so our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4, EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents, and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 33-129. And so our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 2509026 for Allison L. Davis Revocable Trust, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. With that, is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
So, Mayor, the applicant's agent did text us ahead of time and said she was unable to be here today.
All right. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to move for the requested action.
Second, Gomez.
You get it
All
this
right.
time.
Second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you. We'll move forward to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon. And we're up to item B3 at this time. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Hull, you'll frame this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor. This one is another shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit application, number SADF 2509027, for the applicants Stephen Spade, Deborah Spade, and Garrett Spade. And this is for a replacement vinyl seawall and portion new vinyl seawall. So here's a location map. The property is shaded in red. It's located at 9242 Cypress Cove Drive in Orlando, Florida 32819 on the eastern shoreline of Lake Tibbet-Butler again. And here's an aerial photo of the subject property outlined in light blue for you. And some site condition photos. There is an existing seawall on a portion of this lot. Based on aerial photos and our research, the seawall has been in place since at least 2004. It was installed by a previous property owner, and that was prior to the sale of the property to the applicants in 2023. And so there's no enforcement action for this old wall either. And here is a photo of the northern end of the property. This is where they want to install a new portion of seawall that will just go straight from the old existing wall to the neighboring wall, where you can see there in the background. Here's the site plan. The applicants are requesting authorization for installation of approximately 102 feet of replacement vinyl seawall and 18 feet of wall for a total of 120 feet of seawall. The replacement wall will be placed directly in front of what's existing, and the portion of new seawall will continue straight as I showed you in the previous slide. There'll be an 8-foot return constructed on both ends of the seawall. There is a seawall present on the property to the north and no seawall on the property to the south, but there are several other properties on Lake Tibbet Butler with seawalls. Here's a cross-section of the site plan. Based on prior board direction, again, riprap and plantings are normally required. Therefore, the applicants will install both riprap and plantings along their shoreline, with the exception of a 30-foot access corridor. The considerations for this one, it's reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. We notified the public within 500 feet of this public hearing, and we received no objections to the request. Our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents and has made a finding the request is consistent with Section 33-129. And so our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 2509027 for Stephen Spade, Deborah Spade, and Garrett Spade, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1. That concludes my presentation. And again, this is the same agent that was unable to be here today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, is the applicant on this item present or representative? Don't see anyone. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Yes, thank you. I'll move for approval.
Second.
All right, we do have a motion and a second.
I was like, a little worried for a second.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you. We'll move to the next item. We're up to C4 if you're following us on the agenda. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Ms. Lakin O'Hara, our chief planner from the zoning division, will be framing this item. With that, Ms. O'Hara, you're recognized.
All right, good afternoon again. This is case VA 2511058. It is a board called public hearing for the applicant Victor Cabrera. This property is located on the east side of South 6th Street, south side of 22nd Avenue, and north side of 23rd Avenue. When we get to the map, that'll make a lot more sense. It is a 20,698 square foot tract, and it is located in District 5. The request is variance in the A2 zoning district to allow an accessory structure to be located nearer the side street lot line than the required front yard of such abutting lot. It is 15 feet in lieu of 35 feet. So general location map, and as we zoom in here, you see that it is bounded on 3 sides by roads. So this is a reverse corner lot, which is why we have that kind of language about in the 15 feet in lieu of 35 feet. So it gets the front setback on that north side, south side, and west side. And then here we have an overall aerial map. You can see the lot's currently undeveloped. The applicant's proposed site plan here, in blue you have the required 35-foot setback, and then in red is the portion of their structure that they're proposing to be within that setback, and the 15-foot setback there circled at the top of the page. Here we have the buildable lot area for accessory structures in blue, and that's showing that 35-foot setback on the northwest and south sides, and then a 10-foot interior side setback there. Outlined in orange, you can hardly see it there, but the next page, we have the actual application that the applicant submitted for permitting, which is in compliance with the 35-foot setback. That's the exact same size accessory structure there, the same garage, just with a shorter driveway. So they're still able to locate that accessory structure on the site. Here's the elevations that we're gonna see just for the accessory structure. Just going to call out there, it's hardy board. You may have noted in the applicant's cover letter, they mentioned a different material. However, the conditions are going to go with what the elevations have proposed, and the applicant has agreed to that, so it'll be hardy board siding. Then we have our photographs. Again, it's that vacant site, so facing from 23rd Avenue, from South 6th Street, and then from 22nd Avenue, and then just looking down 22nd Avenue with the subject property to the right. As I noted, it's currently vacant. They do have an unpermitted chain link fence along the northeast and west property lines. As I was noting previously, it's a triple frontage lot and has right-of-way along those 3 different streets, and is a double reverse corner lot, so it gets that front setback along all of those streets. What they're proposing is a new 2,368 gross square foot, 1-story single-family home that is currently going through permitting and is complying with the actual development standards. And then they're also proposing a 1,500 gross square foot, 1-story detached accessory structure. It's proposed to be located 15 feet from that north side street property line, where 35 is required, which is why we're here with the variance request. Prior to BZA, staff mailed a total of 68 notices to adjacent property owners in a 1,100-foot radius and received no correspondences in favor or in opposition to this request. After BZA, the applicant did provide 3 letters of no opposition from these neighbors circled in green there. Just going through the variance criteria, you were all familiar with this. And then staff's recommendation was denial, as the request is self-created and an accessory structure could be installed in a code-compliant manner, and that was demonstrated by the submitted building permit. The BZA at the public hearing discussed the chosen placement of the shed and the opportunity to revise the design to meet the required setbacks, as the property is a vacant lot. So the BZA then agreed with staff's analysis and recommended denial of the variance request by a 6-0 vote. The conditions of approval proposed by staff are the standard 3 conditions, the 4th being that prior to an issuance of certificate of completion for the accessory structure permit, the applicant shall provide a Florida number 1 3-inch caliber canopy tree as described in Orange County Code Section 24-12 between the northern facade of the proposed accessory structure and 22nd Avenue, a watering schedule or irrigation system in compliance with Section 24-7 irrigation shall be provided. That's just for screening of that accessory structure. And then number 5, which is prior to the issuance of permit for the accessory structure, a permit shall be obtained for the fence or the fence shall be removed. The requested action today is to deny the applicant's request or approve the applicant's request with conditions, and that completes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? Okay. We would invite you to come to the podium if you have any comments.
My name is Hector Cabrera on behalf of my brother Victor Cabrera. My name is Hector Cabrera. I'm over here on behalf of my brother Victor Cabrera.
Okay, you can stand by for a moment. Okay. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing and we'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Simrad.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this was I just want to confirm, and Lakin also looked at these, the letters that you received from the neighbors that said, you know, they didn't have any issue
They don't have any issues.
with it going in. And those are the actual homeowners, they're not renters or?
No, they are actual owners.
Okay. And then my last question was pertaining to, can we just please go back to the conditions? Because it may, actually it may have been in the condition. Hold on. Okay. Yes. Okay. I am okay with moving forward with an approval based on.
I had a question.
Sure.
Sorry. I thought she was making a motion. I just wanted to make sure that.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson?
Sorry, and with great respect to the applicant, because I know this is a process, but it sounded like to me staff made a recommendation based on the fact that they didn't meet criteria. And then the BZA made a recommendation to support staff's recommendation because they talked through it and they could still put what they needed on the lot within the setbacks. It wasn't the first choice, but there wasn't anything there yet. Could you let me know as the applicant why that wouldn't have been appealing, or why you didn't just put it within the setbacks?
I don't understand your question.
I can kind of answer it because I asked a similar question in the
Okay.
briefing. If you look at how the lot is situated, it is surrounded by a road on 3 different sides, and then it creates requirements of those setbacks on the 3 different. You keep having to move in on Lake, and how many of the sides were there? And it makes the usable property less and less, and the applicant also referenced trying to preserve one area where there are some trees and such as well.
So, Lakin, if I can ask you, when you worked through, staying within the setbacks, was there feedback from the landowner about the issue with staying in the setbacks that you want to clarify here? Because I default to trying to make sure I'm supporting staff when they recommend denial based on setbacks, because in my district, good setbacks make good neighbors. So I just want to make sure I understand if staff recommended denial, BZA recommended denial, why we would be overturning that without something more compelling than what I'm seeing. And so I just wanted to see if I could understand it a little better.
Sure. So in this instance, I believe that they've met some of the criteria because this is certainly a special circumstance being bounded by 3 roads, but it is a vacant lot. And because it's a vacant lot, there is a lot of flexibility where they can place the accessory structure. When looking at this, the intent of that code section and why you have a larger setback along the roadway is so that it's matching that neighboring lot. So when a home would come forward and be proposed on that lot directly to the east, it would have a 35-foot front setback. So the intention is that you don't have an accessory structure or have it treated as a rear yard somewhere that is going to be someone else's front yard right next to it. So that's kind of, when we were looking at conditions and looking at, where else they could put it, staff, was able to demonstrate that they could just pull it forward, meet that setback. And in discussing with the applicant, it seemed more of a want than a hardship.
Okay.
And with the variance request, we're looking for a demonstrated hardship.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification, and it really does help me because I have sat in hearings where, sadly, a situation like this where you're just trying to be, I think, helpful to a particular homeowner and you don't see that there would be an effect of the neighbors ends up being used as reasoning for somebody's variation from a setback that is within that zone. And so I do have concerns about it just because it doesn't seem like it would prevent them from still getting every bit of use from their property. So, you can make the motion. I just want to let you know at this point, I'm going to support staff and the BZA's determination.
I understand it, and it was, for me, it was the definition of what was creating a situation that was not within their control, and being surrounded by the 3 roads was not something that I viewed as being in their control. And then the shrinking amount of land, and then, so I just interpreted it slightly different, so. I'll make the motion to approve with conditions.
All right.
Second, Gomez.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Okay. The noes were Moore and Wilson. The motion passes 4-2. Okay. With that, sir, thank you for your presence. We're going to move forward on our agenda.
Thank you.
And that we're up to item D5. You may recall that this item is being requested for a continuance, if I'm not mistaken, to the March 10th BCC. Is that correct, Mr. Thalmuller?
That's accurate, Mayor. We are going to request this item be continued to the March 10th board meeting to allow for a community meeting to be held on February 17th.
All right. Just so, let me just check. Do we have any members of the public present who came to be heard on this item? Okay.
We
I
have no
don't see
speakers
any.
for this item, Mayor.
Okay. As a result of that, I don't think we need to officially take any action. We do? Okay. All right. Is there a motion for continuance to March 10th in the afternoon? Motion by Commissioner.
Oh, sorry. Phew. I'm sorry, I thought it was mine.
Motion by Commissioner.
Commissioner Gomez.
Second by Commissioner Uribe.
Second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item, and this is item E6. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thayer Mueller, our planning administrator, will be framing this item. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case CDR 2506160. This is change termination request to amend the previously approved Oasis Reserve preliminary subdivision plan, which is roughly 14.59 gross acre site, generally located south of Curry Ford, west of Econ, east of Chickasaw Trail. This subdivision plan was previously approved, and part of the approval included some specific drainage easements and a condition of approval that, a condition of approval that prohibited structures to be constructed on the lots containing those easements to ensure functionality. However, at the construction plan stage of development, when some more engineering detail was worked through, some of those easements needed to be adjusted, which triggered an amendment to the subdivision plan to update the location, add a couple extra easements, also request or triggered some updating to tables within the plan itself. However, the overall layout of the plan does remain intact as previously approved. We have the site here, just as a quick refresher. It is low-density residential in the future land use map, zoned R1, single-family residential dwelling district. Here we have kind of an older aerial of the site, showing the area surrounded with similar single-family subdivisions. Here we have the subdivision plan as shown. As previously mentioned, all of the lots, tracks, and infrastructure are for the most part in the exact same place as previously approved. However, the updates to the easements, as I mentioned, triggered the need to update the plan, and that triggered the need to update the condition of approval to reference the new lot numbers. So with that, the recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Oasis Reserve preliminary subdivision plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right. With that, is the applicant on this item present? Or looks like it's coming forward. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mayor and Commissioners. Mark Stelly, Polson Bennett, 2602 East Livingston Street. I think Nick explained everything pretty clearly, so unless there's any questions that I can answer for you, I have nothing else to add.
All right. If you'll stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have one speaker for this item, Mayor, John Marburg.
My name is John Marburg. I live at 3355 Cimarron Drive, which butts up to the south end of Oasis Reserve here. And I am not real sure what they're planning on doing with this amendment, but I do know that last year I stood in front of this commission and I requested that they put up a fence so that they would block mine and the other three houses that actually butt up to the reserve. And about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, they put up that fence. The only problem I have is that their lawyer stood in this lobby out here and told me that there would be no problem with that. The problem is that the fence sits 6 feet high. right along my elevation. But the elevation in the reserve, or the oasis, is 2.5 to 3 feet above that, which means a 6-foot high fence, somebody standing in there can look right out over it into my house. Now, this bothers me. Now, they're talking about walls, and I hope they're planning on putting up a retaining wall and raising that fence up to the level of their elevation, not my elevation. I'm just asking you to please see what they're doing and make sure that they actually do it right this time and not mislead the public. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, I'll go back to the applicant if you want to respond.
Well, I certainly don't think there's any intent to mislead. With all development. Yes, certainly. With all development, we typically end up raising the property to provide separation from the water table and also to get all the homes and everything to drain inward to the stormwater pond. As a result, around the perimeter, you're typically a couple feet higher, and then we have to transition to grade at the property line. So the rear yards are typically about 2 or 3 feet higher than you're going to see at the property line. So the fence was most likely installed right at the property line, which is at existing grade, which is typically where you're going to put it. And so to his point, internal to the subdivision, if you're in the backyard, you're probably 2 feet higher than where the fence is down here, and the yard then comes up a little bit. So I don't think there's any intent to mislead anybody, but that's, typically the fence is placed on the property line, and that's what they did. And I think you have that situation just about everywhere, unless you pull the fence into, 5 feet into the rear yard of those property owners, which thereby decreases their usable backyard.
Okay, I think we have it. Let me go to staff at this point to respond. Okay. Go ahead. Come to the mic.
The fence where it stands is not a problem. The problem is the taper upward. Why don't they put up a retaining wall and move the fence to the top? They won't lose any property. What they've done is they've sloped it down to make it difficult for taking care of it when it comes to mowing, but just put up a retaining wall and put the fence on their property right above it. Put the retaining wall right where the fence is. They wouldn't lose any property. They wouldn't lose anything except sight into my pool and my backyard and my bedroom, which, to be honest with you, I'm going to be 79 in 2 months. I don't think anybody wants to stare at me, but it would sure might give them a heart attack.
Okay. I don't even want to focus on the picture of that, but might be too much information. Okay, let me look to staff. You all kind of heard what is being proposed here. Is it viable? Is that a viable option?
Mayor, I believe the county engineer does have an answer to that question, that we can provide some clarification on the engineering requirements here.
That is a viable option. The retaining wall is a viable option, but we need to see the calculations, because if you install a retaining wall, the groundwater elevation, groundwater table may be impacted and can prevent that from can prevent the proper flow from occurring. So we'll need calculations as that pertains to that. With regards to just a regular fence, that wouldn't be an issue. So it all needs to be engineered by the developer to see what the path forward would be.
Can I ask a question here? I mean, we're talking about 10 feet. Is there a way to get an exception from the county for an 8-foot fence? And you've taken care of the 2 feet? Because it looks like it's just a small area of certain homes. Well, I think I need to ask I'm trying to ask the county, we're talking about 3 homes, aren't we?
We're talking about 3 houses,
homes.
yes.
Yes, and so to put up a retaining wall is an extensive financial change, and this project has been going on for years. We are almost at the finish line so these folks can build these homes, and I'd hate to be delaying this for 3 homes. Is there a possibility to get an exception for an 8-foot wall on these 3 houses, which would eat up that 2 feet issue?
Yes, I mean, I have tried to contact the builders and the developers, not one response. They do not answer.
They're usually not the ones in charge of making those decisions. They're hired to do the
Well,
work.
yeah, but I was just trying to find out what was going on,
Understood.
and they wouldn't talk to me.
So let's find out.
Oops,
what we
I'm sorry, I'm busting your equipment up here. That's all right, you need new stuff anyway, it's old.
That could be an option, and it'll probably be under a condition of approval. However, we need to see what specific lots he's referring to and identify that as a condition of approval. And depending on what the developer's input on that is.
I want to go back to the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and this doesn't work.
Going back to the applicant, and I know there might be some conditions, but we're looking at 3 lots. Do you guys know the length of those lots?
Good afternoon. Steve Fisher with KB Home. We're the owner and developer, 9102 South Park Center Loop, Suite 100, Orlando, Florida. Yeah, so it's the whole southern boundary line of the property. It's roughly, without having a scale in front of me, call it 250 feet. I just want to point out a condition that's in the staff report. It's condition number 2, alluding to verbal or written promises. So yes, we did have an attorney here when the PSP was going through the process, made the promise for the fence. We fulfilled that promise. There was no criteria for a wall or an 8-foot fence. We've been faithful in doing that. We also made a promise to the neighbor across the street for only one-story houses along Curry Ford. We intend to fulfill that. So we are meeting the conditions of the previously approved site plan, and all we're here for today is to update those conditions to change the lot numbers for the drainage easement. Like Mark was saying before, this whole subdivision, it was designed, it's all a product of how this drains. There was a lot of discussion about drainage when this was going through. We've installed bypass pipes, so there's no adverse effects to the adjoining subdivisions. We respectfully ask for your approval based on the current conditions. Thank you.
All right, there we have it. Is there another question, Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, I was just wondering, would it be, I understand the idea of building an extra layer of fence or tearing down a fence. I mean, it all sounds, those 2 options don't sound very feasible at this stage, is what I'm hearing. Is there an opportunity, knowing that I think it would benefit the product also, to do additional landscape buffer along there on the inside part, the part that would be part of your development?
So those are on customers' lots. We already have a pretty intense landscape buffer. Part of this request was to update the tree mitigation, where we had to increase the caliper size of the trees for the common areas and the lots. So we already have that. It's not there yet. We're just waiting on a reliable irrigation source, and we'll start seeing plant material being installed.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just looking for
Solution, yeah. You guys
All
have
right.
been huddled. Do you have anything?
Commissioner, I think staff is just looking to make sure that, should the board direct or desire, and again, the applicant stated their position regarding the request as it is, but should the board choose to put some other condition on regarding an 8-foot fence, making sure we understood what that would read or might look like, which lots would be referenced or need to be referenced in such a motion.
Okay.
But again, I think the applicant's been clear as to the position that they would prefer to take.
So let me go ahead and close the public hearing portion of it and finish up any conversations between staff and the commission.
I'm really torn on this because I know the constituent came out and he just has a viable question about it, but I've also been working with you all now for a couple of years, and we've come a long way, and you guys have definitely put a lot of concessions. The only thing I would ask for you guys to consider, if there is something that can be done along the fence for these 3 homes, I would like you to consider it, but I'm not going to go further because we need to get this going, okay? I'm not going to add any additional conditions. I am just going to request that you consider the three neighbors, if that's a possibility, as you finish doing the landscaping and working through these.
Yeah, we can be agreeable to that.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to file a motion for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you all for your presence this afternoon. We will move forward on our agenda now to item F7. F7 is a plan development. It includes an item that was pulled from the consent agenda this morning with the public hearing, to go with public hearing F7. So as we open this item, F5, Mr. Thelmuller, I look to you to frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is all right, there we go. This is case LUP 2303-106. This is a new plan development rezoning for the Hartzog Homes plan development. Land use plan. Subject property is generally located north of Lake Gifford Way in Horizon West Village I. The roughly 8.91 gross acre subject property, currently zoned RT2 district, requesting to rezone PD as is required by the Horizon West regulations, is proposing a development program of 48 single-family residential dwelling units. Here we have the Horizon West Special Planning Area land use map. The property does have the existing designations of Garden Home Mixed Use District with a little bit of green belt there on the south, as is required around the boundary of each village. Here we have the zoning map. All the surrounding property, for the most part, is rezoned PD, a little bit of leftover RT2 there to the west, as well as the subject property itself. And as previously mentioned, request is to rezone to PD. Here we have an aerial of the site. Property is currently undeveloped. Surrounding area is entitled and or in the process of development for similar single-family uses, as this is on the edge of the village. Typically, that's where you see that kind of mono, single-family, detached, kind of lower density type uses. And then across the village to the south, we got some mobile homes. Here we have just the land use plan for the site, showing the overall boundary of the property. You can see they are reserving that green belt there on the south, as well as the future interconnectivity as is required as well by the Horizon West regulations. Will be coming in off Lake Gifford Way and then connecting for a to development to the west and east in the future when that is developed. The recommendation is to make a finding consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Hartzog Homes land use plan development, subject to the conditions listed under the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation in the staff report. As well as the mayor mentioned, this goes along with an adequate public facilities agreement, which was item F7 from this morning's consent agenda, documenting the satisfaction of the APF requirement for the property. So the request is also to approve and execute that APF agreement for Hartzog Homes. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present or a representative? I invite you to the mic.
Good afternoon. Jeremy Anderson with Common Oak Engineering, 4020 Edgewater Drive, Orlando. I'm a licensed civil engineer. I'm here today on behalf of the owner and the applicant, Hartzog Homes LLC. I want to thank you for your time today and your consideration of the request. I'm happy to be here before you with a request that has been found consistent with the comprehensive plan, as well as the development patterns in the Horizon West Village I area. We've reviewed the staff report and agree with the contents of the report as well as the conditions. So I want to thank you once again for your time and consideration, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
All right, if you stand by for now. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
Mayor, we have no speakers, but we do have one quick clarification. In my spiel just a moment ago, I mentioned that the APF agreement was item F7 from this morning's consent agenda. This is item F7. The APF was item F5 from the consent agenda this morning.
F5, okay, got it. All right, no members of the public present. Then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, I'd like to move the requested action.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item. We'll be opening G8 and 9 together. These are resolutions to adopt the setting a revised water system charge schedule for all districts, and a resolution to adopt setting a revised wastewater and pollution control charge schedule for all districts. So we'll open the public hearing at this time. We'll call on Mrs. Lynn Kramer, the manager of our Fiscal and Operational Support Division, who's going to frame this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Weiss. Prior to the public hearing, we wanted to give you a presentation on the water and wastewater rates. We'll start off talking about the financial background that led us to this point. Then Andy Burnham with Stantec Consulting Services will join us for going through the actual rate study that their firm performed, and also talk about the customer impacts from the study. After that, Jessica Green, Program Manager in our Water Conservation Group, will talk about some conservation efforts and what her group provides and how they can add to our customers' bill reduction. And then lastly, I'll come back with a few other rate changes we're proposing for these rate resolutions that are before you, and then we'll get to the requested actions. So first, in the background of how we got here, we had a 5-year rate plan that was presented and voted upon back in 2022. The rate plan did not start until fiscal year 24, and so we are currently in the 3rd year of that rate plan. Because it was developed back in 2022, it was based on 21 actuals for actual expenses and expenditures in our capital improvement program, and it did not include all of the inflation and the post-pandemic economic conditions that we've since been operating under. For example, operating costs have been going up quite substantially, and on the table on the screen is 4 of our basic inputs into the water and wastewater operations for electricity, maintenance, chemicals, and biosolids handling. And excuse me for the flipping, I must be activating it without realizing it. So back in our costs in 2020, the costs were as displayed on the screen, and they went up substantially by fiscal year 2025. Electricity and maintenance both had annual average growth rates close to double digits, and chemicals and biosolids did go into double digits. And biosolids was a special case by itself simply because it wasn't just inflationary pressures, but it was also regulatory requirements that can always come in at some point to the utility industry and then drive up our costs from those requirements. So those are operating increases that we've been dealing with since the pandemic. And this slide shows you our CIP cost increases. We have on the graph 3 lines. The bottom orange line is the National Consumer Price Index. It's been reset to 100 at the beginning of January 2020, along with the other 2 indices that are on the graph, just so that they can be compared in a apples-to-apples situation. So you can see how it's gone up over time for the past 5 years, but then the blue line is the National Construction Cost Index, and you can see for construction costs, it's gone up significantly more than the Consumer Price Index, of what people are used to for their own consumer and homeowner inflation that we've been experiencing in the past 5 years. However, if you look at the green line, that is the Central Florida Construction Price Index. And so even though the national price index has gone up substantially, Central Florida construction costs have gone up even more. So that all just adds to the unsustainable nature of the cost structures that we're dealing with when we're actually looking at how the current rate structures provides revenue to pay for our operations and our capital costs in the capital improvement program. So this graph shows some key metrics for our water and wastewater system. The top line in blue is our revenues. These are on there back to 2011 and come through fiscal year 2025 with actuals and then a projection for this fiscal year. So right underneath it in the red line is our expenditures. Those are including all of the expenditures that we put on our operating budget when we present it to the board in July for the July work sessions. So they include some minor capital expenditures as well. If you subtract the red line from the blue line, the expenses from the revenues, we get the green line, which is our net operating revenue. That's basically what we have left over after all of the expenditures from the operations have been paid for, but then there are a couple more key things that we have to pay from that source of revenue before we can start using it for our capital improvement program. Those two things are our debt service and the general fund contribution that we make annually, which is based on a payment in lieu of taxes calculation. So once we take those two items out, we get our purple line, and that represents the net operating revenue that is available for our capital improvement program. So as you can see, it's been relatively flat over the 15 years, but declining in most recent years. Back in fiscal years 2011 through 2013 or 14, when we were generating about $40 million from our operations that we could apply to the capital improvement program, that worked out really well because our capital improvement expenditures back then were only about $80 million per year. In recent years, it has been much higher due to just the growth of the CIP program as our system has grown, and also just in dealing with the inflationary pressures that we saw on the prior slide. So now that we're in the time where we're only giving off about $30 to $35 million of net operating revenue that is available for our capital improvements, that is not near sufficient in that it doesn't pay for the same 50% of it that it did back in the first part of the 2010s. Our capital expenditures in 2025 were $180 million, and in 2026 they're projected to be over $200 million and be at that level for many years to come. So we had, over the past couple of years, worked on several fiscal initiatives to deal with trying to contain certain costs on our operating and our capital sides, as well as enhance the revenues. And they have been somewhat successful, and you can see in fiscal year 25 that our net operating revenue available for CIP has come up a little bit, and it's projected to go up a little bit more in 26. However, we knew when we did these that they would not be sufficient to make the significant impact on our revenue picture that provides funding for our capital improvements. Therefore, we knew that we were going to have to do a water and wastewater rate study in order to adjust our two major revenue streams that fund the utility. So with that, I'll turn this over to Andy Burnham so he can discuss the water and wastewater rate study that they conducted for us and also talk about the recommendations and the customer impacts.
Thank you, Glenn. Mayor and Commissioners, just building on that great context and foundation, we did support Orange County Utilities in evaluating its financial health and condition and ability to sustainably fund these needed capital improvements and sustain operations. And so that was of paramount importance, as was building on some of the past practice, really building towards rate parity or rate equity between residential and commercial effective rates so that customers were paying very similar effective rates per 1,000 gallons of water use. And so those were two key objectives or foundational aspects to the rate study that we conducted. As Glenn indicated, obviously key inputs and assumptions around current cost and inflation as well as capital improvement needs were paramount. But also what we were measuring were key financial metrics that were important, or financial pillars. One was to make sure that we had adequate net operating revenue that was able to not only just meet our principal and interest payments, but exceed them by a reasonable buffer, which would provide the additional revenue that Glenn indicated to provide cash funding for capital improvement expenses, not just to pay our principal and interest. And so rating agencies look at these measures as well as part of establishing creditworthiness. And so this is a pretty important financial pillar to keep in mind as we plan to not only sustainably pay for our capital with cash resources, but to also make sure that we are viewed favorably by the rating agencies. So when we do have to borrow for our capital improvements, we're able to do so at the lowest possible cost and lowest interest rates. And then similarly, making sure that we had adequate reserves to be able to mitigate risk, cash flow fluctuations, things that could come up and manage cash flow. And again, that's another key metric that the rating agencies look at in evaluating the financial health and creditworthiness of utilities. And so we kept all this in mind, and when we conduct rate studies, the first thing we do is kind of a status quo evaluation, taking into account the current information that we have, existing resources, approved rate plans, and measuring their adequacy to meet the identified needs for the system, current operating costs, as well as planned capital improvement needs. And what we found was, again, as Glenn indicated, that really we weren't meeting these key metrics, particularly that debt service coverage ratio, trying to target having net operating revenue at 3 times our annual principal and interest expense, or even that 2.0 minimum. What we saw is that with the current rate plan, we'd actually drop to about 1.5, even below that 2.0 kind of minimum target. And that was really being driven by the fact that because of the increase in the capital improvement expenses and reduced cash flows, they would be looking to have to borrow a significant amount of funds to pay for the infrastructure, and that's what the chart on the right depicts. It shows cumulatively, year by year, of the $1 billion 5-year capital improvement program, that we would have to fund about 60% of it with debt. That's about $600 million of debt that would have to be issued over the next 5 years, which is even 50% more than the total amount we have outstanding today. It was an incredible amount of borrowing that this was showing, and it really led to consideration of adjustments to your rate plan to make sure that we could come more in line with those financial metrics that would put borrowing more to typical levels, not be the majority of the funding force for capital, but be there as needed for capital, and also to restore those debt service coverage levels so we could sustainably fund our capital needs with our cash resources to a large degree that would avoid us having to also pay interest expenses on that capital as well. And so that led to the development of a very specific rate adjustment plan, and that's what's presented in the left-hand column. Annual increases that were identified for a new 5-year plan from fiscal year 27 to 31, broken down by charge type. We have water rates as well as wastewater rates, and we have fixed and volumetric charges for residential and commercial customers. We developed a plan of adjustments for each of those fiscal years to each of the charge types, and also compared them to the current 5-year rate plan, which is the second column. So if you were to look at the third row down, residential volume charges, for instance, you'll see that the rate adjustments proposed for 27 to 31, there's no change to that rate plan. It's staying constant at the 3%. Or if you were to look at the very last row in the table, the commercial volumetric charges for wastewater at 11%, that's a 1% increase above the current rate plan. You can see that the individual charge components will vary, but in sum, they're really targeted to generate about a 7.7% increase in annual revenue to the systems. For residential increases, it's about 5.25 to 5.5%. Commercial, it's around 10%. The overall system need is about 7.7% per year on an annual basis to cover those identified capital costs, meet those financial pillars, and sustain our operations. And putting this into a little bit of context, we do a lot of this work throughout Florida as well as nationally in terms of provide rate consulting services and conducting rate studies. And so we do a lot of benchmarking. We gathered information about just kind of locally some other utility rate increases, other major county systems, other local agencies, and a few of these were recently adopted. And the point of comparing this information is its current looks that other utilities are having today, that many utilities have to address similar challenges that we do here in Orange County. Rising capital costs, rising operating costs, increasing regulations. And so you can look to COUC's increase for 26 was about 7.6%. If you look to Toho Water Authority, they very recently approved a multi-year plan of 7.5% increases. You can see at the bottom of the list, Winter Garden has 2 years of 20% increases, followed by 7% for 2 years. And we do this work not just in Central Florida. If I think about communities we've worked with in Southwest Florida, City of Punta Gorda just approved a 5-year plan of 12% increases. Projections for Coral Springs and Fort Lauderdale down in Broward County are in that about 8 to 9% a year range in annual increases. can look to the Tampa area and St. Pete, and they're looking at projections from their last rate study of about 7.25%. So just, it's putting some context around the rate increases that were developed for your system that, they're comparable to what we're seeing with other agencies in terms of levels of utility rate adjustments. But they are based on your data, and it's important to keep that in mind. So we provide that context, but these are really what were identified as being needed to provide sufficient revenues to sustainably fund your operations and your capital needs, and to make sure that that orange line on this chart, your total debt service, while we have to leverage some debt financing, it stabilizes, and it doesn't continue to increase and result in a highly leveraged system. And similarly, the purple line, so that we can generate additional net operating revenues to cover our capital plan in a more sustainable manner. And so it was based on that financial pillar or principle. It was also developed with a specific set of rates and charges to maintain and enhance that rate equity so that we can have effective rates for residential and commercial customers over the end of the plan that are very comparable to one another based on current projections, so that we have equity in terms of the rates per 1,000 gallons for water and wastewater service that our customers are paying. I also want to focus on customer impacts, because those percentages can seem like large amounts that we just went through, but I think it's important to have an understanding of how customers will actually see this. Customers don't see percentages on their bill. They see what are the charges for the services that I'm receiving. And so we did some analysis of that, and focusing on residential customers, this table shows 3 different usage profiles: the low volume user, an average or typical user, and then a higher volume user. That low volume user at 4,000 gallons, you have about 50% of your residential bills issued at 4,000 gallons or less. So that's a pretty good amount of your residential users. And you can see the dollar amount of their total bill increase from these proposed changes over the next 5 years. And it's about $3, a little bit less than that in 27. And over time, it's a little bit more than that. So it's about a $3 impact on the monthly bill for those low volume users. They represent about 50% of your bills or issued for that amount or less. The mathematical average of residential use on your system is at 7,000 gallons. You actually have about 75% of your bills issued for that amount or less. The impact on that bill is right around $4, a little less than that for the first couple of years. In the last couple of years, it escalates a little bit higher than that. And for higher volume users, we showed this at 12,000 gallons. That's actually the 90th percentile of your bills. You have 90% of your bills issued at that amount or less. So that's kind of your top 10% level would be that amount or above. And it's about $5 to $6 on those higher volume bills in terms of what that impact would be. And we did not just customer impact analysis. That, again, this is all based on current usage levels. And Jessica's going to talk to you about ways that customers may be able to conserve how much water they use and even avoid all or part of these increases. But we did comparisons as well, not just customer impact. So there's a series of charts that are included for your benefit and the public that show comparisons of water and wastewater bills as stacked bar charts here. The water is in blue and the wastewater is in green. And the 2 orange arrows indicate Orange County's current bill at 7,000 gallons and proposed for 27 at 7,000 gallons. And you can see the 2 arrows indicate that we're presently, for local agencies, generally in the region, that we have one of the lower bills in the area. But it's important to note a couple of things when you look at this. As you look at all the series of charts that I'm going to show you for these comparisons, Orange County Utilities, I know that a couple of you don't necessarily have service from Orange County Utilities, you're OUC customers, but Orange County Utilities bill in all comparisons that we did is less than OUC. Number 2 is that this is a snapshot in time. We're showing a 27 rate and bill for Orange County against everyone else's current rates. One of the key ones that I mentioned was a Winter Garden increase of 20% that would be coming next year. So if I just modify this chart for Winter Garden, we actually won't move a spot in this survey. That's just one example of increases that are very likely to happen for other utilities. Some publish their increases, others will determine them as they get closer to and work through their budget process for next year, so we don't have all that line of sight. So this is just giving you some context that we expect we're going to remain very comparable locally for the cost of our utility services, not just this year, but next year and into the future. We also broadened this up to look at just other county utility systems in Florida to do benchmarking. And for residential customers, and you'll see this for commercial, we have some of the lowest rates and bills in the state. So this is for this is residential for 7,000 gallons, same comparison, but I also have commercial coming up, and you can see that we have the lowest bills for the number of counties that we surveyed. As we look at commercial, we looked at a 2-inch. They have a larger meter size and a higher amount of volume, 75,000 gallons per month. the similar comparison of local agencies. This one, we just have in here the current rates for Winter Gardens, didn't put in the 27 one, but you get the point. We're still one of the lower agencies here, again, below OUC in this comparison as well. For the 2-inch commercial, you look at all the county systems, we're again the lowest cost provider for this type of a commercial customer amongst the county agencies surveyed. And again, many of these agencies may have rate adjustments next year. Marion County has just reached out to conduct a rate evaluation for next year as well. So there's likely going to be movement on many of these bars for next year. And then we also lastly took a look at just potentially a very large commercial user. Not too many of these out there, but again, for say an 8-inch customer using 650,000 gallons of water per month, you see similar outcomes. Again, we have and will continue to have one of the lower bills in the area of local providers, and then as we look to the county systems, again, we have the lowest cost as compared to these other county agencies as well. So we did an extensive amount of benchmarking in those bill impacts, but it was all based on assumptions of maintaining your current use. And I think that's an important thing for Jessica to talk about now is just you have some great conservation programs and opportunities for customers to maybe control their usage in ways that they're maybe not aware of that can actually help them lower their utility bills. And I'd like to invite Jessica to come up and share those.
Mayor, Commissioners, wonderful to be here today. Oh, look at this fancy clicking situation. I love it. Okay, so I'm excited today to share about our very robust conservation programming that we have as part of our utility that's been there for many, many years. Ultimately, we're really aiming to assist our customers in becoming as water efficient as possible, which in fact will help them lower their monthly bill. Our conservation program is comprised of 3 focus areas: the education, incentives, and also regulatory compliance. So that is how we are able to equip our customers with different ways that they're going to be able to save water, hence saving money. We like those buzzwords, saving water. So our Water-Wise Neighbor program is kind of the crown jewel of our conservation programming. We equip our customers with best management practices to not only become educated on how to save water, but devices that help them do so. Here in sunny Florida, we love plush green lawns, do we not? But as such, that could be very expensive in terms of over-irrigating or not irrigating properly. So we have found that a lot of the times, a lot of the bill is comprised of irrigation. So one of the big ways we found that we're able to assist our customers is with irrigation consultations. So we have certified staff. Taylor is here today, and she's wicked smart. She has taken courses that allow us to go to your home and assess the state of your irrigation system. We will flag your sprinkler heads. We'll run all of the zones to make sure that they're running efficiently. And at the end of that consultation, what we do is really provide you a full written report on ways that we can make that system more efficient and then help you save thousands of gallons per year just by fixing it. Sometimes that's just the issue. So part of the Water-Wise Neighbor program is we provide 2 important things. If I give you a bunch of tchotchkes, it doesn't matter if I don't tell you how to use them very effectively. So these are some of the options that are available as part of our program. And these programs, by the way, are at no cost to our customers. Low flow toilet replacement. So as far as toilets are concerned, I know I'm like the toilet girl right now. Prior to 1994, a lot of these toilets, they flush at 3.5 or more gallons every time you flushed. So in 1994, there was some legislation that said, hey, we're going to change these toilets out to make them lower flow. But we obviously have homes here in Orange County that were built prior to that. So what we do in the conservation team is that we work with our customers on replacing them to lower flow toilets, hence reducing a lot of that water use. We also help replace shower head and aerators. A lot of the times if your shower head is giving out 5 or 6 or 7 gallons per minute, we provide very nice 3-function shower heads for you as being a customer that also reduces that water use. So even if you're keeping the same length of your shower, by having a more water efficient device, that'll help lower your consumption as well. We've talked about irrigation, all the water going on outside. We provide high-efficiency nozzles like this. A lot of the times, you pass by the road and you see these beautiful watering systems and they're misty. So it's very sweet, but it's not very effective. These types of nozzles here will spray out and they mimic rain. So the water really permeates into the ground. So the water is more effective when you're doing your watering. Hose bib timers. I don't think we're filling pools this Sunday for the Super Bowl, but in general, a lot of the times if you get sidetracked when you're filling your pool and you don't put a timer on there, you can overfill your pool. So we provide hose bib timers to our customers to make sure that's more efficient as well. If you need a little knowledge, we also provide a variety of classes, irrigation techniques, ways to utilize Florida-friendly landscaping, teaching the difference between Florida-friendly and Florida native. And also we provide rain barrel classes for our customers that if they want to redirect their storm water or collect that rainwater to use around their home, we're able to do that as well. So what does this mean to our customers? By utilizing these devices, we're going to be able to save them enough money to where they're not going to really feel the impact of this increase because we're able to retrofit their home devices on the inside and on the outside. If you look here, there's a chart here that kind of projects the estimated savings, but we know that these are not just theoretical. We know that if you have a properly functioning rain sensor, which is the mechanism that makes sure when your irrigation system is properly functioning that it doesn't water if it's been raining for 4 days. Also, replacing those toilets, using smart irrigation timers, the technology is insane. I rent, I don't own, but my landlord has recently upgraded her smart irrigation timer, and she lives in Melbourne and can control from her phone how to adjust the landscaping system because obviously I can't be trusted. So it's a really efficient way that our customers, that if they are snowbirds or they're somewhere else, they're able to utilize these smart irrigation timers to make sure that they're watering the most efficiently that they can. As a conservation team, these are not just theories that maybe we're speculating. We have been the first utility in the state to receive full 10-year permit extensions to our consumptive use permit. Obviously, we love to save the staff hours, we love to save money, but that is attributed to conservation. We are no stranger to population growth here in Orange County, and even though the population has increased, the usage per person has gone down significantly, which is why we were honored with those extensions. So we always try to let our customers know that small changes can lead to big impacts. So with these programs and devices available, we're really going to be able to assist our customers in offsetting some of these increases. It's been awesome speaking with you. We're going to turn it back over to my friend Glenn.
Now, she has a lot of energy. I think she loves that job.
Yes, that was the sunshine and energy portion of the presentation. Now we're going to finish up with the boring numbers. So before we do conclude the presentation, I want to go over a few other rate changes that we would like to propose on the wastewater rate schedule. So the first of the three are to update our wastewater environmental surcharges. Our environmental compliance team was recently the subject of an audit from the Orange County Controller's Office, and one of the observations that they made is that the revenues produced by these surcharges from the program do not cover the cost of the programs, and so they suggested that we look into that and make some changes. Therefore, we got an engineering consultant to come in, look at the cost of actually treating the various nutrients and contaminants that are in the wastewater stream. The four nutrients that are listed up there, the biological oxygen demand, BOD, total suspended solids, total nitrogen, and total phosphorus, they can be taken into the wastewater stream to a certain level, but over each of those maximum levels, that is when these charges kick in. So we found that through the analysis of our current costs that we needed to make the adjustments that are listed in the table above to make sure that the environmental compliance program is being fully funded by the rates that they charge for these nutrient overages. The second one is for a new fee that we would like to add for lateral installation or repair, and this would be listed on the rate schedule at cost. Basically, what happens is that occasionally a developer will approach the utility and ask them to install a lateral for them from their plumbing, from their development, to our wastewater force main. This is not technically a utility responsibility, but we want to work with the developers and help them out. But at the same time, we would like to recover our cost for doing it. So adding this fee to our rate schedule will allow us to do that according to an approval from the board, which would verify our current business practice. And the third item is to add one more new fee, and that's for an environmental program reinspection fee. When our oil and grease program technicians go out to inspect grease traps, sometimes the grease traps are not cleaned out as they should be. Therefore, the technician that's on site would need to issue a notice of violation, but then also make another trip out to do the inspection again to make sure that it is cleaned out properly. The program fee includes the cost of that first inspection, but it does not include the cost of any re-inspections that may occur. Therefore, we would like to add that to the rate schedule, and that would be listed at our fiscal year 25 cost, calculated at $40 per hour, and we would bill a 1 hour minimum. So that brings us to the requested action. The requested actions are for the approval of 2 resolutions, and they are stated on the screen here. One resolution is for our water rate schedule. The other resolution is for our wastewater rate schedule, both of which have been updated according to the information that we've given you in the presentation today. And so that concludes the presentation. Mr. Burnham, Ms. Screen, and I are all available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Let me, before we go to the questions, let me see if there are any members of the public present who should be heard on this item.
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion, and I'll open it up for any questions. We'll start with Commissioner Moore, then Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Uribe.
Good afternoon, Glenn.
Good afternoon.
I just had one question on the residential increase. You said it was 5.2% and the commercial was 10 and change, and I was needing some recollection of why it was double for the commercial side.
Yeah, so basically, we're trying to make the correction that we found existed a few years ago, and our current rate plan, which, and as well as this new one we're proposing, is trying to correct. And that is where the effective rate for our residential water and wastewater services is higher than the effective rate of our our commercial water and wastewater services. Therefore, to bring them together, we found that we needed to have higher increases on the wastewater service so that they can be brought to parity. On the commercial side versus the residential side for both water and wastewater.
Okay, so one more time. So it was because we were correcting something previously, and when you added it all together, it ended up higher.
That's correct.
And then final question, you're not going to be back here in the next 5 years and do this again, are you?
I am certainly not planning on it. No,
I'm shocked no one is here today about this rate increase. And so I know you do your best to keep it low, and clearly we're lower than most of the other agencies, but we still have to be considerate that these increases do impact our families.
Absolutely, and we're trying to walk that tightrope between making sure that we're asking for enough so we don't need to come back here, but minimize any additional burden on our customers that we can.
Well, thank you for the presentation on efficiencies.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we'll go to Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, thank you so much. And I know we talked about some of these things pretty in-depth during our briefing, and I want to reiterate my gratitude that we're approaching this now where we can make incremental increases as opposed to approaching some kind of a fiscal crisis cliff. For those who have, are unaware of the history of Flint, Michigan, that started as a financial crisis. And to save $5 million, they affected an entire generation of children, and now I believe there's a payout of something like $600 million in damages. So us hearing, I think, how forward-thinking this has been and understanding how how long it's been studied and what the look is on the incremental, I'm very comfortable and very supportive. I will also say, and this is that stark difference for me between this type of update and one that we may get from Waste Management, is that you still are in control of your own destiny here, right? I could quit putting out garbage tomorrow, but I will continue to be charged the same rate as my neighbors, whereas with this, it gives me a great excuse to continue to be even more aggressive in my conservation efforts. And so it's a conversation we've had at my house a long time, and I get to even, ramp that up. I think the incentives are so attractive for not just sort of these additional features for our house, but to get in Florida-friendly landscaping, because then we aren't just benefiting our house and our, our neighborhood, but also the aquifer in general. So, and then it's an additional ecosystem and habitat that a rate increase may have actually helped us get to. So I see a lot of potential good in this. I did have a quick question just about the way that the voucher program or voucher system worked for the toilets. I know we talked a little bit about it, but if you could just kind of walk us through how a regular person out there who might be hearing about this would try to get that toilet replacement voucher.
So there is a qualifier there. Predominantly, it's homes that were built in 1994. That's when that legislation changed. But if you're a home that was built in 1994, there's an application process with our team. You would send in some information that we ask from you that helps you calculate how to determine how many gallons per flush that you're using. And if you don't, then I'm not super science forward, but we walk you through how to do it. And then once you're approved, we approve up to 3 toilets per home. And what that looks like is $100 per toilet, and then it comes in the form of a bill credit. So I don't want anyone to go and buy them tomorrow. Make sure you go through the process of getting verified first, but that's how that works.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
I know we sat through a very extensive water meeting last week. I still, since we had our conversation, I went and I spoke to constituents, some pretty active constituents, and I said, do you guys know how much water you spent? And nobody really understands how much water they spent. And while the education and the tips are great, I really think we need to really, really work on breaking down. Like I say, we're so used to this language and what happens. We need to give families realistic ideas of what 7,000 gallons looks like. I've now become a little like every time I turn the faucet on, like I want to measure and be like, what is that, 8 ounces, 16 ounces? What did I just spend? And I know I brought it up, and I thought, is it just me? Is it me that is really, how do I comprehensively tell my family, you really need to do 5-minute showers, because 5-minute showers is, 100 gallons. And that, and I appreciate Andres trying to really break that down for me, especially also when it comes to pools. A lot of people have pools, right? So I love the efforts of like making sure they don't overflow and things like that. And those, I'll just speak for myself, having a pool, and I think you probably have one. I mean, we have timers automatically. When they come and clean our pool, we have a timer and it goes off. So those are great suggestions. But I really feel that I feel like we need to do this, right? Because we need to be able to pay for this, and this is health, this is our future, this is infrastructure, super important. But I think this is such a great moment when people are complaining, because I've already received complaints about these increases, is to say, well, it won't affect you as much if you're doing these things, right? And so I don't mind sharing these tidbits and things like, I always think of Friends, if it's yellow, let it mellow kind of thing, but I don't know about that. But I really, really think we need to break it down, like what you should achieve to stay under this percentage of seeing that significant increase, because you feel like, oh man, if I go 8,000 gallons, is it that we're paying a fee up to the 7,000, and then once you go over, you're paying that difference? Or is it once you go over, you're paying that high amount for 0 to that? Can you share that with me?
Well, I appreciate what you brought up in the briefing that we had, and that was an excellent idea as far as being able to look at what is the typical bill broken down by different types of water use. And we prepared something for you.
Yay, thank you. Well, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't me, so I actually went and had a dialogue with a lot of residents to see if they were like me. Like, I don't know, I'm sure Nicole Wilson and Kelly know what, exactly how much water it means, but the rest of us.
So this was a slide we put together that would just show how that consumption breaks down in a 7,000 gallon a month bill. Most of it is coming from toilet usage, clothes washer uses quite a bit, showers use a bit, just average everyday faucet usage is high up there as well. And then in some homes, leaks are an issue as well, and that could be leaks that they may not know about. That could be just someplace past the meter that it's not necessarily in the home itself. But then the other category, which is everything else that's not listed here, bath, and then of course dishwasher will be one of the larger water users that we could identify for this. So we can make this available to all of your offices.
I would
That be
love, if
helpful.
you can give me this data, I'll even make my own design on it, because this is great information. You know, so we can't flush a toilet more than 1,700 times, basically, so. That's what you're saying, so if we're getting near the end of the month and you're already at that 1,650, everybody beware. Or go to the Wawa, you know, let the commercial people pay for it. So, or no, we'll stop at places before we go home. That's what we'll start doing. No, but this is great. This is wonderful. And I would love to share this with kids. You know, yesterday I spent the day reading to kids and stuff like that. I would love to share this. This is great for teachers and stuff. So because kids are the ones, I don't know about everyone here, but kids are the ones that remind us of our seatbelts. They remind me to look at the speed limit and why am I going that fast, you know. So those kids are actually our eyes and ears more than we'd like to know. They're always worried about the details. So I love it, and I think that we can make this a little simpler so that we can share. And then I will be happy to share this on our newsletter too, because this is some good stuff.
Great, and this is our water conservation group put this together, and it's based on a family of 4 for average usage, and based off of a lot of research that has been done by different organizations.
Great job, and thank you for listening to me, but I did take it further to make sure it wasn't me, so I did ask people all weekend.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, you see the requested action before us. We're going to start with the first on the public hearing number 8, and then we'll do number 9. So let's take the first portion. Is there a motion from any commissioner
So
on this
moved.
item?
Second, Gomez.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cadaro. If there's no further question, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And now we'll go to the public hearing number 9. Again, is there a motion?
So moved, Wilson.
Second, Uribe.
A motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move forward now on our agenda. We're going to item H10 at this point, and we're going to, it's my understanding, there's some complexities on this issue, but we're going to open it up, and then likely this is going to be remanded back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. But I'll open it up, and I'll ask Mr. Jason Sorensen if he can frame this item.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This request is a change to a future land use amendment change from low medium density residential to commercial. The zoning is already C3. It was recommended to do not adopt. The applicant has now submitted a rezoning application. So the request before you this afternoon for this case is to remand it back to the local planning agency so that it can be heard concurrently with the rezoning request.
All right. With that, I'm going to presume if the applicant or representative, you're good with that. She's indicating yes. Do we have any members of the public present who came to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay, there's someone in the back that is raising their hand. H10 was the item that you came to speak on. You can go to the mic if you so choose.
Sorry about that. I've been here the whole time, but I didn't realize I had to register. Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Cuevas. I live at 1620 Columbia Street, so on the same road. I just wanted to let you guys know that I live on the same street as the subject property, and the other households on my street share these same concerns. I am opposed to this land use change. This area already has heavy pedestrian traffic and multiple schools in the area, making safety a critical concern. This proposal would convert residential designated land to commercial use without identifying a specific business. This week, a for sale sign has been placed on the property. Without a defined use, the county cannot adequately evaluate traffic, safety, environmental, or infrastructure impacts. Commercial activity would likely increase vehicle traffic, delivery trucks, noise, and lighting on residential streets not designated for it, creating safety risks for children and pedestrians. This change would introduce an incompatible use into a residential neighborhood, negatively impacting quality of life and residential property values, and set a precedent that cannot be undone. I respectfully ask the Commission to deny this request and preserve the existing residential land use. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cuevas. Do we have any others who came to be heard on this item? All right, the applicant on this item, would you like to make any remarks and rebuttal?
Thank you, Mayor. Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive. I appreciate the neighbors' concern and the intent with asking for this to be remanded to the local planning agency is to give more specificity to the use. Right now, we have a piece of property that is zone C3, and it has a future land use of low-density residential. So we've got to choose one of those uses, and we're offering to down zone to be more compatible. When we go through the entire hearing, I'll show you that to the north and immediately to the north and immediately to the east is industrial, including the large Amazon warehouse, and then to the south is a commercial PD. So we're looking for a use that is compatible and can be some type of neighborhood commercial and not build a single family home that looks into the loading docks of the industrial to the north and is across the street from a very heavy industrial use. Sounds like also we should probably have a community meeting. So happy to coordinate that with the commissioner if that's his desire.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. With that, we're going to close the public hearing portion at this time, and in that, Commissioner Scott is not available today. I will entertain a motion from it.
So moved, Uribe. And can I say something? Because I know the applicant, what you said was very compelling and brought thoughts to me. But I do encourage you to get involved at where it's going, because that's where the devils and the details are. So we're not at that level, and I would encourage you to meet Ms. Wilson and get more information, because we want you to feel comfort. And I know that feeling when you see a sign and you don't know what's coming, but know that there's a lot more steps before it comes. But with that, I do a motion for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
To approve the requested action on the screen.
Yes, to approve the requested action, yes.
All right, if there's no further question, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item, H11, and we'll open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Sorensen, I understand you're going to frame this item.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. This next item is a future land use map amendment request to go from commercial to low-density residential. This property is located in District 6. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it north of West Colonial Drive, east of North Pine Hills Road at the end of LaGrange Avenue. The existing future land use map designation is commercial. Proposed is low-density residential. No change is proposed for the zoning. Existing already, it is R1A. 172 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,000 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 0 responses. A community meeting was not required for this request. At the Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency hearing, there were no members of the public during public comment. The Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the requested low-density residential future land use and associated ordinance, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Is the applicant on this item present? Looks like she's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Lucy Ghetto with Habitat for Humanity, Greater Orlando and Osceola County. We're located at 4116 Silver Star Road, Orlando 32808. First of all, I just wanted to thank the commissioners for the county's extraordinary efforts and commitment to support affordable housing in the community. And in that vein, this was a property that the county had donated to us some years ago, and our intent is to get consistency between the future land use and the zoning designation in order to allow us to build an affordable housing unit for home ownership on the property. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have today.
All right, if you will stand by for a moment, we'll open it up to see if there are any members of the public present who wish to be heard.
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Again, Commissioner Scott could not be here. He has advised me that he is ill, and that's the reason why he's not here today. All right, question?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question on the AMI for the qualifying for the affordable housing requirement for the houses.
Yes. We predominantly serve low-income homeowners, that's 80% or below, although on occasion we do serve up to moderate income, up to 120% AMI.
For these particular two, is it just a range on the properties? You don't know what it could be? It could be 80 to 120? Or on these in particular, are you gearing towards 80?
For this particular property, and actually for the next one before the commission as well, we have not identified a homeowner for the property as of yet, so it would be a range. It's highly dependent upon the homeowner that qualifies for the program.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. With that, is there a motion?
So moved. Wilson?
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you for your presence. We're going to move to the next item, H12, and we'll open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. The next case is a future land use map amendment request to go from low-density residential to medium-density residential. A property also located in District 6. The proposed program is for 2 single-family residences pending lot split approval. This is an aerial of the subject property showing on the north side of Wakula Way, west of South Rio Grande Avenue. Again, the existing future land use is low-density residential. Proposed is medium-density residential. And that's requested designation because the existing zoning is R3, and there is no change proposed to that. 253 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses. A community meeting was not required for this request. At the Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency hearing, there were no members of the public who spoke during public comment. The Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the requested medium-density residential future land use and associated ordinance. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, stand by. See the applicant's representative is here as well.
Yes, sir. Lucy Ghetto, Habitat for Humanity, Greater Orlando and Osceola County, located at 4116 Silver Star Road, Orlando 32808. Again, with this item, we are requesting to establish consistency between the zoning and future land use to enable us to split the property into 2 individual single-family lots to construct 2 affordable residences for homeownership. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Uribe. Second, Gomez.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero for the requested action. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, the next item is I-13, and it's my understanding that I-13 is being withdrawn and no action is required today. So with that, we're going to move to I-14, and we'll open a public hearing on this item, and Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item is a two-part request. It is to change the future land use map amendment designation from low-density residential to commercial, as well as a request to change the zoning from C3 to C3 restricted. This is for C2 uses and the following C3 uses of welding shop and machine shop. The subject property is located in District 2. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the west side of Busby Avenue, just north of Claricona-Ocoee Road. Again, the existing future land use is low-density residential. Proposed is commercial. Existing zoning is C3, and proposed is C3 restricted. Again, this is an aerial of the subject property. 337 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,200 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 9 comments in opposition and 2 in support. A community meeting was held on December 3rd with 19 residents in attendance. Concerns expressed were for the proposed uses, traffic, noise, and property values. At the Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency hearing, there were 3 members of the public who spoke in opposition. These are the requested, or the Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency recommended restrictions. There's 8 of them. Billboards and pole signs shall be prohibited. Uses shall be limited to C2 uses plus the 2 C3 uses of welding shop and machine shop. All automobile repair, including small truck repair and welding, must be done in an enclosed building. All bay doors shall face east or south. Inoperable vehicle storage on site shall be prohibited. Parking and storage of dual rear-wheel vehicles shall be prohibited. Automobile towing service shall be prohibited, and automobile sales shall be prohibited. The Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the requested commercial future land use designation and associated ordinance and approve the C3 restricted zoning subject to the 8 restrictions as presented, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, with that, is the applicant on this item? And she's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mary Solik, 121 South Orange Avenue, Suite 1500, Orlando, Florida. I'm going to just give you a brief presentation about how we got where we are. I'm going to forego my PowerPoint at this point. You've had a very long day, and depending on the citizen commentary, I may come back to it, but I'm going to try to make this brief. I represent the owner of 5176 Busby Avenue, which is DO Towing LLC. Please do not get thrown off by that name. That is simply how the property is titled. The principal of that company is Deolal Prasad. He's my client. He's there in the front row with his wife, Sue. And he operates his welding business as DO Welding and Fabrications LLC. That is the business that will operate at this location. Mr. Prasad and his wife and 2 young boys immigrated to the United States legally in 2014 from Guyana. And the Prasads came here for the opportunities this country provides. Mr. Prasad, however, came here as an experienced welder, which is a valuable and in-demand skill set. He currently operates as a mobile welding business, and he comes home every night and parks his small truck in his garage. He purchased this property in 2021 to give him a place to develop a permanent or a physical location so that he could do some on-site welding and he could expand his business to do automobile and small truck repair. Before he closed on the property in 2021, he contacted the zoning department and they told him the property was Zone C3 and that would allow him to do those uses on the property. Before he closed, that was before he put it under contract. Before he closed, he contacted the county again, twice, and they told him, yes, it's Zone C3, those uses are permitted. But as you know, that's not the whole story.
Nobody ever told him that the future land use was low-density residential and that they are inconsistent. He didn't learn that until he tried to pull a building permit in early 2024. And that's when he called me. So I immediately scheduled a pre-app meeting to do a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. And Jason Sorensen, the very helpful public servant that he is, called me and said, "Hey, Mary, we can do that meeting, but if you just sit tight for a while, we're going to pass 2050 comp plan and the new Orange Code, and we're going to fix that inconsistency in the 2050 plan, and you're going to be able to do those C3 uses, and your client can move on his merry way." I said, "Great, we'll sit tight." Well, you all know what happened. So now here we are trying to fix the comp plan inconsistency, and that is the reason for this application. Sort of similar to the application you had earlier, the staff, I'm going to say strong-arm me because I did resist at first, but did convince me that we needed to limit the uses on the property from full-blown C3 to C2 and the two specific uses that Mr. Prasad wants to do on the property. So we have agreed to that, and we've agreed to all of the conditions in the staff report about the restrictions on the property. Mr. Prasad intends to construct a 2,500 square foot building on the property. Everything will be done inside. It'll be all brand new construction, and with that, I would ask for your approval today. I want to reserve the rest of my time to respond to citizen comment and possibly run through that PowerPoint. I hope I don't have to. Do you have any questions for me?
All right, stand by. We're going to go to public comment first. Do we have any members of the public who came to be heard on this item?
We have one speaker for this item, Mayor, Mateo Schulte. There's one person signed in. Mary? Or Diola? Oh, you're not showing up, but go ahead and go up. We'll get it fixed up on the way out.
Just give us your name and address for the record. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. Again, welcome. First name is Miguel Mateo Schulte, address 4450 Cluster Drive, Orlando, Florida. We went to the town hall meeting that they required, the 19 homeowners there that were opposed. We were not happy with it because they didn't have a full version of plans, what was happening. And then we came here to the rezoning, and they passed it. We were not happy about it because what was going to infiltrate with us? Welding, mechanics. We're already surrounded by all that in our area. Our community is the Clark-Onocoee, right next to it, Homley Park. We adjacent to that facility. But after reviewing everything, I was against it, and I'm going to be against it. Today, I'm going to be in favor because I want to be neighborly. I want them to know that we here we mean to work together. We take pride of Clark-Onocoee. We have created our own group. I've been in this board many times. And I want them to feel welcome, that we welcome them. My only condition is to please have at least a fence around the building that they're going to build and a beautiful landscaping to bring it more appealing for everybody in the community. That's all. And if they do a pass, welcome to the community.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Schulte. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Miller, 4430 Cluster Drive. Just letting you know that I was not able to attend the community meeting, so I missed out on a lot of stuff. My understanding is that your building is going to be a metal building, okay? The only thing I can think of is because of financial reasons. We advocate for aesthetics in our area that we live in. We've done a lot for our community. We've done a lot with Clark-Onocoee, with our nonprofit organization designed by Commissioner Christine Moore. So on the aesthetic side of it, we would like to see maybe like a tall fence, enclosed fence, closed off. We encourage businesses to come into our area, but because it's a metal building and what we're doing is building up the area a lot, we'd like to take that away. There's just something aesthetically different between a concrete building and a metal building. We understand that you're going to be doing some welding. There might be some noise going on in there. So I think a fence would help block a little bit of the noise ordinance or noise going on in there, because my community that I live in is called Huntley Park, and it's right across the street from it. So when barring with the neighbors that live on that side of the wall, they may hear that noise going on. I don't know if you're going to be doing it at night or during the daytime, whatever it is, but we're looking more for aesthetically stuff. So if you could build, like, put in some flowers or some bushes or something like that, we would welcome you. Would like to have you in there, but we want to work together, like Mateo just said, working together for make the better of the community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
I did sign up. Vicky Vargo, 3800 Winged Foot Court, Orlando, Florida, 32808. So I just want to echo some of the comments that have already been made. This group, along Clarkona Ocoee, has worked very hard to do upgrades to the area and beautify it. So there's a problem area across the street where this property is going in. So the metal building is the concern. And we know that that's all that they can afford. But it's going right next to residential zoned property. So I know that they're going to put in some trees and landscaping, but we really need a wall, some type of buffer, 8-foot buffer, between this metal building and this commercial use, which I really think should be industrial, and I don't know why it's in C3, and the residential. So, maybe an 8-foot PVC white fence, something that's appealing. We know that they can't afford a brick or a block wall, but something that would be more appealing, that would serve more of a buffer in between this welding business and the residential, rather than just a few trees and shrubs. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Kind of heard a couple of different things there, but all right, so we're going to ask the applicant if you'll come back and perhaps you can respond to what you've heard.
Absolutely, Mayor. Because there is only residential property abutting this property on the north side. The south side and the west is commercial. And because it would be commercial property abutting residential property, your code requires a 25-foot landscape buffer. So the property's only 100 feet wide, so we're already dedicating 25% of our site area to a landscape buffer, buffering the residential property to the north. My client is willing to fence the property on the boundaries. I don't know that I can commit to an 8-foot. I don't know what the code requires or what the code limits, whether it's 6 or 8, but we will commit to a fence around the perimeter of the property. We can't commit to doing something besides a metal building. It's just not financially feasible to do. I mean, he's just going to have to do a metal building. I don't know how much time any of you have spent around welding, but I have, and it's quiet. It doesn't make noise, and everything, all work will be done inside the building. There will be no outside work performed at all. And the business will keep normal business hours. I think Mr. Prasad will work very hard to be a good neighbor and respect that community. And I have to say, I was almost moved to tears by Mateo's comments. I'm going to retire at the end of this year after 36 years of practice, and I'm getting a little philosophical. And I am sort of the queen of undesirable land uses. I've done it for many years all over the state of Florida. I've been to more public hearings than I can count, and I've dodged more rotten fruit at public hearings than anybody ought to bear. And this public hearing was right there at the top on how contentious it was. So it warms my heart that the neighbors have kept an open heart and an open mind and are welcoming DO to the community. So that's my philosophical speech. Sorry.
All right, Queen. All right. We're going to close the public hearing at this time. And are there questions? I see Commissioner Uribe. Is that a holdover?
So I appreciate some of the comments that the neighbors brought. And Mateo, just something that's holding on to me, Mary, is that he said they were first against it, right? And then now they want to be good neighbors and they're for it. Are there any things, are the conditions all good for everybody? I know that there was a desire to have a metal building and that is that's an extremely high cost. And I know welding is not as loud as is presumed. It's not like a car mechanic,
Right.
auto shop. But were there any other concerns or any other conditions that this community would like to see from the business owner as we move forward on that relationship that's going to hopefully be around for a long time?
I can't speak for the community, but what we've heard today is all that we've heard from the community.
Is-
And aside from initially, this is not happening here to
I
where
know,
we are
'cause
today.
I remember during my briefings with Jason, I was like, oh, so now this is what's going to hold us up till tonight. And to hear what I'm hearing, and I saw the yellow shirt, we got PTSD. But Mateo, is there anything that you'd like to see? You want to come to the microphone? Because technically you have to speak on the record, not to put you out. But I just want to make sure nothing comes back and bites us, and it could be something that you guys can probably handle. Was there anything?
The only thing we would like to see is the wall, when the building be here, and then it's just the wall around it. It's just to protect.
fence?
The fence.
Okay.
That is just to protect us and protect them as well. Because I know when they not be there, somebody could go and break in. Because it's a very movable street, and we want to make sure they're very safe. That's why we up there. Just the wall to make
So,
sure.
the fence,
yes.
Because
the
wall is
fence.
very expensive.
Sorry, the fence, just the fence to be
Okay.
around it.
And Mary, are you all good with that condition of the fence?
Well, I just want to make abundantly clear, we would fence the perimeter of the site. He just said a fence around the building. I can't do a fence right around the building. I can do perimeter fencing.
Right, on the property.
I just want to make sure.
On the property.
Yes, I just want
Yeah.
to make sure we're talking the same thing.
Okay.
Yes,
On the property line.
yes, got it.
Got you. Okay. So is that a condition, Jason, that's in there? Can we make sure that it's in there? Okay. Do you mind, Mary, if we add that?
Dio? Yeah, he's fine.
Okay. Commissioner, you mind? Okay, great. So just adding that condition and then I feel more comfortable for you all. Okay, thanks.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
Well, you can see how we are in District 2. We're easy to get along with. We've worked closely, and then I guess I've rubbed off on them because they like flowers, things to be clean. This area really has been troubled, and this group has made such a tremendous difference in the area, from working with Public Works on roadway safety improvements, lights at Long Road, resurfacing with FDOT. They've really made a tremendous difference. And right adjacent to this property, we've really had problems with the homeless. That street that he's going on, it was very challenging. Busby, thank you. Very challenging to clean that up. We had how many homeless up and down that road? So having Dio here and the street activated is really to the benefit, and I think that's what they're seeing. And I think the hope is, as this is cleaned up, that convenience store that you can see just to the south will not just be a haven for the homeless, but then because of this improvement, we'll have somebody buy that building and upgrade that whole section there. It's been a challenging area. I tried to get streetlights for them years ago, and they voted it down, even though we were going to pay the capital charges out of the District 2 budget, but the $45 the residents didn't want. And it's right by, how do I say this, Hotel X and some other things, and I won't tell you who I saw driving down one of the roads one day with my granddaughter. Oh, yes. So nevertheless, the fact that they've worked so hard and Dio is here and everybody's pulling together to improve the whole community warms my heart. So this is I'm honored to make a motion to approve this because they did all the work. Okay.
So with respect to the restriction, not a condition, this is a traditional rezoning. Ms. Solik, you made reference to the perimeter, and of course the perimeter technically is all four sides. And so in terms of the landscape, in terms of the buffer requirements and/or the requirements for a fence, are we talking all four sides? Are we talking the northern property line? Are we talking And obviously this is the question for the commissioners to consider as well. The adjacent residential areas, I don't know if you could offer clarification of your intent, but then obviously look to the commissioner as to her expectation.
Well, I would go back to the residents. I think we were talking about the perimeter of the whole site. I don't know what we can do on appearance-wise on the front. I think we have to, I don't know if we can do a 6-foot front fence in the front yard. It must be something lower. You know, we would have to meet your site plan requirements, but I think the intention was to do some sort of perimeter fencing on all 4 sides. That meets code. Is that, oh, Mateo?
Again, sorry, just trying to work with you guys. When I'm talking about the fence, right, left, behind, front of the business that could, you know, have the front people could go in and out. Just only the adjacents, the right, left, and the back. You know, just like the front when somebody's have a house, just you could see the front, just on both, you know, just the right, left, and behind the building, if that makes sense.
So to that point then, we have restriction 4, which makes reference to some geography and directions. And so if all bay doors shall face east or south, and then maybe put a comma and fencing, you know, shall be, and perimeter fencing shall be required to the north, west, and south.
Yes. That would be correct, Mr. Weiss.
Second, Wilson.
All right. And we don't,
I didn't know, I was trying to help you.
okay. So Commissioner Moore made the motion, Commissioner Uribe made the second. And part of that conversation confused Ms. Rebecca Wilson. I saw the look on her face. All right. Madam Queen, you good?
I'm good.
All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Commissioner Scott only knows what he missed. Maybe he's watching. All right, we'll move to the final item of today, J15. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Sorensen is going to frame this item as well.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item is a 2-part request as well. This is a change to the future land use map designation from activity center residential to activity center mixed use, as well as a PD substantial change to the Paradise Hotel PD to go from 177 multifamily units to 288 hotel rooms and 20,000 square feet of commercial retail uses. The subject property is located in District 1. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the east side of State Road 535, north of World Center Drive. Again, the existing future land use is Activity Center Residential. Proposed is Activity Center Mixed Use. And the zoning is PD. 32 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have not received any comments. A community meeting was not required for this request. At the Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency hearing, there were no members of the public who spoke during public comment. The Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency is recommending that the board make a finding of a consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the requested Activity Center Mixed-Use Future Land Use Map designation and associated ordinance. And the Development Review Committee is recommending approval of the PD substantial change to the Paradise Hotel PD, subject to 10 conditions of approval listed in the staff report, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item? Ms. Wilson is the applicant on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. 215 North Eola Drive here on behalf of the applicant. And as you can see, we're going from apartments to hotel units, and this property is under contract to the hotel development next door, the Caribe Royale, for an expansion. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, stand by. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Mayor, this time I'm certain we have no speakers.
What was that?
We have no speakers for this.
Oh,
item,
okay.
Mayor.
I was gonna be shocked because I looked out here, I think everybody in here is staff or, whatever at this point. So-
Hence my certainty.
All right, so we're gonna close the public hearing and we'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, I think you probably had the same thought I had when this happened, like, oh, how do I get him in my district? Just to see that. That was actually a really nice interchange. Anyway, this was full circle, and with that, I'll make a motion for approval.
Second more.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you. Mayor, if Mary gets to be the queen of land use, can I take the princess designation?
All right, Madam Princess. Okay. All right, so everyone, we wish Commissioner Gomez Cordero happy birthday tomorrow, 25. All right. All right, with that, we stand adjourned.